Whoops. Stand by. Nice. All done. And I'm feeling pretty awesome today. So let's just get into it. First off, I just want to say there are some people out there who have... Oh, it's clipping like a bitch. Hold on one second. Go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. This thing is clipping like crazy. Hold on. Hold on. It's going to go silent for a second. What the fuck? Yeah. All right. So you see my website. You know where to go. The 10% off goes until July 2nd, my daughter's birthday. And the code is B-Day Girl. Right there.
Hi,
Oops.
this is Daniel.
Hold on a fucking second. I was probably going to click this one. They both are for the code. One's the show. What's the ad there. All right. So there it is. B-Day Girl for 10% off at Semper Fi LLC until the 2nd of July. All right. And now let's go here. Bonk. No. So I'm reminded, because they just insist on reminding me every day, or pretty close to it, that there are mentally ill people out there who are massive hypocrites, who have the same attributes that they're trying to condemn or put down me personally and then others, acting like they're superior and smugly superior when you live in a certain system. There's certain things that when you grow up, you're born into a prison. You don't know that you're in a prison, number one. Number two, there's certain things that are done because that's how you get along in order to have anything for yourself in said prison system. And until you are later in your life made aware of the horrific conditions in which you find yourself, yeah, there's going to be... Wow, you interacted with the system and you did the things. Like, you got the qualifications so that you could do stuff. It's like a loser mentality of people who have absolutely nothing going on with themselves, nothing to show for anything, and they condemn other people because they did stuff. And I find it hilarious, and I just... It's actually... what do you call it? It confirms to me just how envious, and it doesn't matter what you do. So there's somebody out there that's envious, spiteful, and jealous and hateful. It doesn't matter what it is. They'll find a thing because they're that miserable themselves. And it's like they're more than happy to hide in their obscurity and their anonymity and call you out and point fingers at you and say that you all these normal things that everybody fucking does. It's like, I'm already like referring to it, but it's like, you have a Jewish government LLC, you have a driver's license, you're Jewish fucking government. I'm like, yeah, because that's what you do with the system as it is. Not, you don't live as you wish, because then you get, dude, I've pushed back on the system more than 90% of the people that are out there that are probably watching this. For the longest time, because of principles, wouldn't play games when I knew what getting, this ticket or that ticket. I wouldn't play games, and they stole 6 vehicles from me in that time frame of me saying fuck you because this was illegitimate, this was a bullshit stop or whatever the case may be. I'm not paying this. I'm not being extorted. So when they'd get me, it pulled me over again. Fines went like this. Vehicles lost forever. 6 fucking times. Vehicles lost forever. Do you know how hard that is to recoup from? So don't give me any of your shit. Don't give me any of your fucking shit unless you actually know something about me, which you don't. You pretend. You pretend a lot, you motherfucker. But you're also hiding in anonymity, so nobody can ever say, well, you know what? That's pretty hypocritical because of all of these things. So blow me. Anyhow. And if you don't like it, get the fuck off of this thing. Don't follow, don't watch. If you're that freaking retarded, then why are you here? Just to try to irritate me? It only makes you out to look like a douchebag, dude. And I can only imagine what your life is like because that's pretty fucking pathetic. Anyhow, now that we've addressed that and you got your 15 seconds of acknowledgement, we're going to proceed. Oh, by the way, at the end of this show, depending on what's going on in the house, because I got some dad stuff to do, but I might be jumping on one of the other channels, and if you know it, you know it. If you don't know it, that's too fucking bad. And getting into some, I haven't gone on Steam in a while, and I've got a couple things on there I'd like to explore around on, so you might see me out here on the other channel here soon. At a much higher bit rate, of course. All right, here we are. Let's do this. Bit rate, of course. Weimar by Webcam. And I'm going to read this to you too. Give me a moment to figure out where the FTJ tab went. Yeah, I tried to upload the over on Spotify. It's on Spreaker, so the podcast version of my talk with, what is this? Did it not fucking go? Oh, okay, I guess I just have to go. It did. Come on. So my podcast with, or my talk with Ryan Gable and Ryder Lee is out and distributed on the audio only. I tried putting it on Spotify where there's also video, and something that Ryan uses in the beginning of his show, they're like, dude, brand new, just for fucking you, what do you call it? Licensing, blah, 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 copyright, blah, 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 policies. You're blocked everywhere with this. And it's something that was on for like 30 seconds in the beginning of Ryan's introduction. So I would have to go back there and cut it out and then render it and then put it back up if I feel like doing that. I don't know if I do. But the actual video. So this is the channel. If you I was taking a look. It's been 6 months since I've posted anything on here. So I was like, yeah, maybe. I was looking back at it to see if 1980 with 60 just high bit rate or not, yeah. And it seemed like it looks pretty good, so it's really fast motion. So I don't like the cubic, pixelation blur that happens when things are going too fast. Seemed okay. Oh, my daughter's home. Cool. I'm surprised she got back though so quickly. She's at a friend's yesterday. We actually went all out to I told you about this yesterday. We went to the water park, and then she spent some time with her super old friends. Not like they're age old, but they've been friends for a long time. Not a new tab. Why does my brain do that? It's like I always pick the wrong thing. All right. So there that is. Hello, Burn Before Reading. Hello, Alex. Your stream with Ryan Gable was excellent. Said Burn Before Reading. Thank you. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. And Ryan's a good dude. There is something, however, that I've been, I'm into the third hour out of, I think it's 5. Let me see. Is it 5 actually? 5 hours and 8 minutes. Aloha, Sankar. Thank you. Hold on. And it says R.I.P. David Wilcock. Now, there's a part where apparently, David was unstable. He had some things, and all the other crazy stuff he said all throughout his entire, public. Is that a career? Do you call that a career? I don't know what you call that. Career makes it sound artificial and gay. But anyway, he did always say crazy shit. So there's that. But there's also this idea that is being presented because he said he remembers rape and abuse. Nobody said that he, and this other asshole, not Ryan, this other thing that he's playing are these guys chuckling about him prior to his death. And they weren't, doing this before, but they were laughing at a bit or a clip of David Wilcock when he was going on about his marriage wasn't the thing that upset him. It was remembering. It would like a memory trigger that he was raped and sexually abused, all that stuff when he was younger. So naturally, yes, if people say, "Oh, his parents said he was mentally ill." Like if you were responsible for that, that's exactly what you would want people to believe. And now I'm not saying, but yeah, and at post abuse, you probably are fucked up in the head because look at all the shit he went into. All the stuff that's not a normal person's pursuit in life. David Wilcock was at the 2018 and 2019. He was at every one of them, the Contact in the Deserts, but that's the ones that I was at. I avoided them because I didn't like them. Oddly, funny enough, I had Gaia TV because I was looking for more Michael Tellinger videos because of the stone circles are kind of interesting to me. And so I bought it for a year, I think in 2016. And then a couple years later, we went out to Contact in the Desert 2018 and 2019 out in Indian Wells, California. It was at the Renaissance where I think one slice of remember this is 2018 prices, so today that would have been like 12 or 15 probably, but it was like $9 for one slice of pizza. I didn't pay for it. Rebecca had looked into what they were selling at the hotel itself, and she's like, I was like, just go get it if you want. And she's like, no. All right. So anyway, there's a part here where he says that he is being all abused, and then he's saying it's like an auditorium type fashion. They bring him on stage. Well, the funny thing about these types of abuses is that they implant false memories, or you cope for those memories because of the abuse. And not only do you compartmentalize, but you're probably splintered, and there's confusion, just like the people who think they talk to gray aliens or whatever, right? He was under the impression that he was talking to Archangel Michael, and that Archangel Michael told him to lay in a bathtub of his own urine. So yeah, he has issues. They're great. Yeah, but could they be stemming from that? Could it just be he just naturally needed help? I'm probably sure all those things are true. But when he says he was made into a banana sandwich, and I think he repeats it like 3 times. I think Ryan, I don't know if Ryan's trying to like not see this. And these other guys obviously are joking about it that he's showing a clip of. But what does a banana look like to you? And wouldn't one on each end, wouldn't that make that a sandwich? I mean, is that kind of like obvious that he may be saying it that way because he's on like YouTube or whatever, and censors, like he's already said the rape word, so maybe instead of saying he was plugged in both ends for their amusement and mockery, maybe he just said he was made into a banana sandwich because he figured that his followers would understand what that meant, and be like, oh my God, that's horrible, right? But it seems like taking it to like the literalist translation of that, it just sounds like the same shit that is wrong with all organized religions that can't see, allegory. The colloquial metaphors are lost to time. You weren't part of that culture. You don't understand how they would phrase things, or how they would conceptualize stuff. In all the literalist translations, like, oh, there's no mystic, thing here. Well, maybe there isn't. Maybe a lot of people read into it too much, like the Kabbalists or whatever, and all these other mystics there's Christian mystics as well. But like with the Torah, there's a literalist meaning, there's a rabbinical meaning, and then there's the mystic interpretation. Same words, different views on what all of it means. In addition to that, the ones who are the mystics also treat it like a grimoire, like a book of spells and magic. And it sure as hell does, control people's minds when it comes to, well, you can't talk about this stuff in criticism because it's sacred. Yeah, right. Anyway, well, I think the same thing is happening here, and I was just a little surprised that it wasn't picked up on, or at least, given the benefit of the doubt that is what he means. I guess maybe in the full scope of every other crazy thing that David Wilcock has said in the past, maybe it fits more as an indicator of his mental illness, or he simply is phrasing it that way because he's on a stream, and because who wants to talk about that and be too blunt about it if it happened to you? So I'm not supporting, defending anything about David Wilcock. I didn't like him. I found him to be smug. I found him to be kind of like he went all Hollywood type of thing, because everybody like made a big deal about him at these Contact in the Desert things, and I never really liked him when I saw him on Gaia. And he got really into the Q thing. He thought different people were talking to him. But then again, you could also leave a little bit of room for, if he was in fact put through a system, you know what I mean, like a SRA, satanic ritual abuse type of deal, and it was at the level of organization that would have military intelligence hardware and technology, it's not really all that uncommon now to see that voice to skull shit is used. And just because he thought it was real doesn't mean that it didn't actually present itself in a tangible way, right? And it doesn't help the fact that if you already are a little kooky, the way you're going to explain yourself when you do have these experiences is going to be off. So it doesn't help to, see what the truth behind it is when you yourself are a little on the cuckoo side. So I'm just leaving that like that, because I went 3 hours and 27 minutes and 53 seconds into this already, and all the other things check out. Yes, David definitely, he called the police on himself in Colorado. This is April 20th, my mother's birthday, and Adolf Hitler's birthday. He called them saying that he was broke. Colorado police, whatever, Colorado municipality that happened to be. I don't remember. It's not really important. And he told him that I don't know if they he told them that he had a gun, or if he was going to end it or whatever, but he said something about being broke. And they responded. So obviously they did it so urgently, because when did the police ever show up when you call them? When you have a problem or somebody did something to you. But if you have certain key words in there, like I have a firearm or something like that, then they show up because they want to fuck with you. So I think they said he fired away, probably not at the police officers once, and then he blew his own brains out or whatever. And he let his house go to hell. It just, all the signs. Like, I have a family member that had kind of been like a autistic shut-in who kind of became an adult child, Arrested Development, because his mother would, protect him from the world all the time and keep him close. So when she passed away, he was in his like late 40s, and he had to learn life. He had the house. His father had passed before the mom, but still, like, he wasn't socially adjusted. And it kind of reminds me, even the haircut kind of reminds me of David. So yeah, there's all kinds of things going on with his psyche and all the crazy things he had said beforehand. But I think in that instance, when he's actually talking about a specific, abuse, an unfortunate event, perhaps a series of them, there's all kinds of things that can happen to your mind. And maybe that's the source or the root of all his issues, or maybe it's not. Maybe he just had issues. Maybe he got vaccinated when he was younger. And it just, nobody's ever going to take ownership for what that is. So, of course, you were born with the kookiness. And if your parents were involved in exposing you to the bad stuff, because they probably would have had to have known, and the fact that you're already, talking freely to the public about weird things, of course they're going to say that you were mentally ill. But they don't state why, right? So anyhow, Edward Snowbed, thank you very much for being a producer of the Ballbusters broadcast. It is greatly appreciated. And thank you, by the way, too, because I think you did that 2 other times since the last broadcast. I'm almost positive you did. I know there's a way to look it up, but I just haven't. I think there's a tab in here. I was running around doing stuff this morning, and I cleaned up the house a little bit, and that feels good. It always feels good to do that. I love doing yard work. I like cleaning things. I really like organizing and straightening things out and throwing away clutter. That is making things to it's like wide open space again, and you have access to things. Like, go call me crazy, but I like that. Especially since I have an 8 foot tall. Yeah, I have an 8 foot black felted pool table in the other room. I'd like to use again here soon, but there's a lot of other things, not mine, that have kind of clustered around it. So I got to be the diplomatic person and not add the pressure. So over time, I mean, I could still do it, but I would just like the area to be completely like clear of all things besides my collection of bass guitars in the corner and Rebecca's guitar and her acoustic guitar that I bought her. She has a nice Ibanez electric too with the whammy bar. She brought that into the relationship. And then I have a 6-string bass that I think there's a problem with one of the pickups because it's tinny sounding now. It's like buzzing, so I think there's something wrong with the pickup. It just sat there, so I don't know. There's some sort of electric issue with it. But I have a left-handed bass. That one's a right hand, and it's an Ibanez. I have a left-handed bass, sound gear, and it's like an $800 guitar I got during better times. And my daughter has a little Hello Kitty sticker and a couple of little stars that she put on it, so it's kind of cool. It's wood looking. And yeah, I've got a cheap Fender bass, black, and I think I have one more. I got like 5 or 6 guitars in that corner. And I bought Rebecca a mini amp for hers, and then I have the 40-watt bass amp that's kind of sitting on a table. What I don't like is its presets, though. Like, I wasn't able to back then, maybe I could now, find just a regular amp that didn't have all these other presets in it. So it's like, I want to know what the actual sound is, and then just get pedals if I want pedals. But it's like everything had like presets in it, and like fucking whatever. I'll just grab this one. Anyhow, it was one of those things I had planned on putting more time in. I did for a while, and when I do for a period of time, because just that's what happens. I do get a little bit better, but I definitely could use lessons and things like that. Like, I can play through certain songs and stuff like that, but everybody can do that. They just put some time in it. I was never that guy who practiced for 8 hours a day like my uncle did. My uncle was amazing, an amazing musician. Very, very awesome. He's the one that actually helped guide me through what keyboard to get for my daughter for Christmas. Like I was kind of leaning towards that thing, but then we did. Yeah, there was like 3, and that was one of them, and that was the one that we landed on. The Roland. All right, let's get into it. So OnlyFans, Weimar by Webcam, and then let me read what it says here, and I'll do it on the Rumble side. Oh wait a minute, that's not the right Rumble tab. Hold on. Oh God, no, we don't want that. Rumble Sports, redefining the game. I think we're good. See, if I just had a bunch of OnlyFans twats, speaking of OnlyFans, see, this is the problem. Look at her. She's like stroking the cup with her tits hanging out. Most of them aren't even attractive. I don't know why people thought tattooed faces was the next trend. There's 5,410 not very bright people here being sucked into this. It's like, well, if I mock them, then it makes up for all the money you spend on all those, gooning at these people. No. Bergen-Belsen. Okay. Hagen-Dazsen. I had to pause it. Hold on. All right, so it says the majority of the societal weakening and cultural poisons. Let me just make sure are now done away from the streets and clubs. The tech age has allowed for more discretion and less noticeable moral decay. Less noticeable moral decay is happening right at people's homes, at their desks, on their tablets, PCs, laptops, and phones. It's a new age of perversion that basically takes away the human element because you don't have to develop skills to talk to people. It's a new age of perversion that can creep right into your home and obsess or corrupt your family members. They needn't sneak out or even run away to become essentially prostitutes. They can do it in their bedrooms and even order illicit, life-destroying, addictive substances from the same internet while making the easy money. It's an epidemic, and along with it, weak males, simps, gooners, and degenerate social misfits with arrested development are on the rise. The probability is low that these porn-addicted young males will ever function in real life. The convenience of the internet, the opportunities it provides, the money that can be made for the price of your dignity and self-respect are extremely powerful temptations for many young men. The promise isn't for many young women. Let me repeat that then. The convenience of the internet, the opportunities it provides, the money that can be made for the price of your dignity and self-respect are extremely powerful temptations for many young women. The promise isn't always equal to the actual payout, and the reputation damage, the scarlet letter they forever after carry, cannot be erased or bought out of existence. The evidence remains, and no one will ever look at you without thinking about what you did or do for pay. And also, yes, one way to ensure your favorite indie channels remain is to follow, subscribe, whatever platform you're on, and leave likes or dislikes, comments. The engagement and follow count determines whether a video is recommended and whether or not you're moving places. All right, and there you go. So, if you played a banjo, would that make it a danjo? Could be, Alex. Hello, Thomas E. Dwyer. All right, now let's go back to not that. I had something for you. Oh, these are interesting too. I like that people send me stuff on Instagram that I could add to the list here. But there was another thing of my bop, as they say. Maybe it's in the YouTube history. Give me a fucking cookie, brother. That's fine. Mean Gene Okerlund. When was the last time you heard that name? Oh yeah. So we're not gonna get into all of that because it's long, but I'm gonna go and say hello to my daughter because she came in right now. So let's do this.
We're not, but
I want it to start at the beginning, dude. We gotta fight back one way or the other, right? So let's start with this. Sabotage your own shit. Here we go.
whatever you do, don't pull this fuse out of your car because they can't track you. That would be terrible.
Texas is
I
suing
don't totally believe that,
car
though.
insurance company Allstate, accuses the insurer of illegally collecting and selling the data of drivers.
Man suing Amazon over claims that its Ring camera collected and stored information about his face without his consent.
Class action lawsuit is taking aim at license plate reader cameras, saying they've been used illegally in California.
Sheriff's deputies spent yesterday morning driving across the county covering up cameras.
This week is going to be fun because you're being watched constantly. You're being monitored constantly. And this week I'm just going to dig into teach you guys some of the places that it's actually happened. Now, can I cover them all? Probably not, but I can cover a lot. You want to see what infrared light actually looks like? Look at this. Plain old iPhone, check it out. This is a military style night vision goggles. You see that flash? That flash is a light that's generated infrared that the goggles can pick up, just like a flock camera can read your license plates. That's the kind of cool stuff we're gonna dig into this week. GPS, telematics units, how do you scan your car? Where's it at? What works, what doesn't work? I'm gonna tell you guys how you could communicate even with your insurance providers or our big brother and ask them not to do it, because there's a lot of people that are reaching out and making a difference. And it's a big deal. At the end of each episode, I always do a Bible study, kids, because a Bible study changed my life. And I love sharing the good news with you guys. All right, let's get going. Now, if you need a pair of military style, night goggles, you just let me know. I can see everything. All right, kids, let's use the tool I got on Amazon that picks up RF frequencies so we can see if that Jeep is actually trying to squawk to the cloud, right? Is it tracking me? Is it tracking you? Does it actually transmit information? That's a stock vehicle. Come on, let's see if we can use this little tool and find it. Okay, I'm okay. Could have been a false signal. We got something in this area here. Now there's probably a transmitter in here for receiving and communication with your remote control door lock. It might have a proximity sensor, so you walk up to the car and it opens. I'm not sure on this vehicle, but I'm not seeing any high level strength. Now, for it to actually be transmitting, like to a cell tower, it actually has to have some power. So we're gonna see this thing probably radically jump when we get into a position that actually has a lot of power. Oh, I'm starting to see something. I think. There it is, kids. It's got to be right in this area here, right there. All right, guys, we're going to take it over to the other shop, start pulling apart and see if I was right. My little Amazon device told us exactly where the telemetry is at. What is telemetry? How does it work? What is GPS? Guys, I'm going to dig into those details for you this week so you understand how they're watching you. All right, let's get going. Let's get digging in. Who's watching you? We're going to figure this out. All right, guys, before we get digging into the technology piece, I just want to establish who I am and why I know about this stuff, right? I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm an electrical engineer. I have about 30 patents in my name, and I do lots of research, and I love the technology in the old cars, right? I do it all day long. This stuff is just screaming at me. I feel like we're in the wild, wild west. So what I realize now is that the technology is moving faster than our laws, than our government, than our ability to actually govern our way through this wild, wild west scenario we're in. The reason all these lawsuits are coming around is because people are not happy with what's going on, and the technology is actually getting deployed before we have a chance to say anything or do anything about it. The question is, what can we do about it, right? Here's what you can do right now. Leave me a comment. Tell me what you think about what I'm talking about. If you have other questions, hype the video, like it, subscribe to the channel, actually share it with your friends. Let's get the world talking about it. We are the voice. We are the communications. We are the world. We are the children. Nah, that's a wrong song. Anyways, think about Abraham Lincoln and the difference he made, right, with the Emancipation Proclamation, right? We don't have to be a slave to technology. We just don't, right? There's freedom in working together. That's why I got the Studio Hot Rods Freedom Fighters page, right? You can get to the petition there. It's awesome. And there's lots of other information there as well, too. I even got t-shirts. So if you want a t-shirt. All right, guys, let's get to digging into that Jeep. Let's figure out how that thing works. I got an idea of how we can maybe unplug ourselves off the grid. And I've been doing some research. I was hoping that there'd be a telematics unit that we could just pull out of the car like we did on my Shelby truck, right? Let me show you what that looks like. This unit was actually embedded in my Shelby truck, right? And I pulled it out, so it actually pulled it off the grid. But in this car, in this Jeep, they did it a little bit differently. And what they did do is they integrated this unit right here, this style of unit, into the head unit. That means like your navigation, your radio, and all that kind of stuff is all kind of located in the same spot. So for me to take it out of this Jeep, nearly impossible, even for me. But everything has a fuse. Okay, kids, this is the cover over the fuse panel, and it's telling me the fuse number 78 actually runs the TCU unit, TCM, whatever they call it, in a Jeep, right? But it's right here. Come here. It's that one right there. And all we got to do is grab that bad boy, right? And pull it out. All right, kids, a little fuse like this could stop it from transmitting, but it could also stop it from doing other things. So let's take it for a quick test ride and see if anything else doesn't work. We know it's not squawking to the telematics unit anymore. We know it's not going to the cell phones because this is the fuse for sure. Do the airbags work? I don't know. Let's take it for a ride. All right, here we are in the car. I got the fuse in my hand. So we know this thing can't be transmitting, but does it even start? Here we go. Boom. All right, we've passed the first test. We know it's running. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Somebody behind me? Oh. Right, we're going. All right, guys, we are off and running. Looking around, we're safe, we're driving. I am looking for anything in the car that could be saying, well, there's a problem, right? So at this point in time, running, driving, doing what it's supposed to do, kind of digging that, right? Media, see if that works. We got radio! Okay, I thought it'd be good enough to take it for a little bit of a test drive and talk to you while we're going, right? We got flock cameras that are all over the place. Did you know that there's over 100,000 flock cameras right now in the United States? And if you go to dflock.org, you can see where every camera is actually at. And not only can you see where the camera's at, there's like 90 cities that are booting them, right? Because people are standing up for what they believe. Nobody's liking to be tracked. Nobody's liking being followed. I'm looking around the car. I'm scanning again. We got radio with Uncle Cracker. Everything is functioning actually in this car as it's supposed to. So far, so good. And here's the proof. You see it? All right, as we continue our test drive, I've been asked two questions, right, that I think we need the answers to. Number one is, does it void your warranty? Does pulling this little fuse or removing the telematics unit from this car void your warranty? Somebody, maybe if you're a lawyer, because I'm not, is going to have to tell me how. That's the guy caught in our yard. Anyway, somebody's going to actually have to tell me how. A warranty is about how the parts are supposed to perform together. I did look into the airbag. The airbag is on a separate circuit with this car, so I don't think we have an issue with that. Now, again, if you're going to take a fuse like this out of your car because you don't want to be tracked, like we did in this Jeep, you got to look it up. It's on you. Don't put it on me, guys. You are going to make the choice to do it. Now, I have chosen to do this with one of our cars. And you know what else I'm going to do? I'm actually going to contact the insurance provider, because the second question I get asked all the time is do you still have insurance? Are you voiding your insurance as part of the deal? Are you doing something wrong? Guys, here's the deal. If you don't stand up for your rights, who will, right? Are we going to just sit down and let them track us? Let all this new technology just come running into our face and not do anything about it? Here's what I'm going to do with my car. I'm actually just going to send a letter to my insurance company saying, yo, I am off the grid. I have disconnected my telematics unit. And if my insurance is dependent on them tracking me, count me out. I'll go to a provider that doesn't require it. Not because I'm doing something wrong, because it's my right to have some independence, right? So go to studiohotrodsfreedomfighters.com. In there, I'm also going to put a copy of the letter that I'm sending out to my insurance company. You can do the same thing. Dude, we can make a difference together. So still driving the car. I've only got about 5 miles on it so far, but dude, this car is doing everything that it's supposed to do, that I'm aware of. Now, I could crash it and see if the airbags blow. You want me to do it? I ain't doing it. That would be just stupid. But I do want to cover something for you about GPSs, right? Got to remember, transmitters and receivers are two different animals. Now, in the car with this little fuse, there's a transmitter and a receiver. It's called the transceiver. It receives signals from, the auto manufacturer. You can unlock the car, open the car, do those types of things. Or it can send data about who you are, where you're going, how fast you get there, how hard you're stopping, and all the details. You get it? Transceiver, transponder, disconnected. Now, here's the deal. The question is, how do I get GPS in my car? Well, if this car actually had GPS, it would still be working, and I'm going to tell you why. GPS is just a receiver. I actually grabbed my old Garmin. Check it out. Look at this. This old Garmin, you remember these things, right? These things actually used to just have a map integrated into it, so it just triangulates the satellites to actually know where you're at. So this has maps. This thing says view maps, right? And what it's going to do is search for the satellites. Can you see that? Searching for satellites. So as we take our drive, when it finds a satellite, it'll show us on the map. But this is old school, but guess what? The new cars have the same type of technology because they're just receivers. So even when you pull the little fuse, this little baby, your GPS should still work just like it does in my Shelby truck. Get it? Right? All right, check back. Let's see how the car does and if the GPS actually wakes up. All right, guys, we got about 15 miles into this trip so far because I really wanted to give it enough time to know if this little fuse was going to make this thing blow up. But boom, I took it out. It didn't run no more. Really? Everything seems to be absolutely fine. Dang, it feels good to be off the grid. I am literally off the grid. I'm not going to talk about my cell phone, but here's the other good news. The GPS that I got plugged in, boom, it woke up. And my point with this for you is the fact that this GPS is a receiver.
And just to refer back to this, how out of your goddamn mind do you have to be? And how much of a niche would you basically be implying that you are, which is not a lot of people? And I guarantee you that fucking asshole has a cell phone, which you could also consider to be Jewish, since there's a little piece of Israel in every one of them, to be criticizing or trying to shame you, someone else into being a complete fucking loser and have nothing. When you have to be intelligent enough to understand that when you are in an environment, there are certain things you need to fucking do so that you can do things, right? So, of course, working towards something better, but the whole idea of like criticizing me Jewish because you have a driver's license. How many people out there have a driver's license? How is that a point? And I guarantee you, you also have cell phones. This is the control arm is what it is. There is no alternative system yet until we build it. And when it's built if someone decides to remain in that shit one, well, honestly, they kind of deserve it. And also, then you criticize. But what do we do here? All we do is talk about the fucking solutions and the problems so that we're aware of them. And how, hey, it's time. It's been time. Time to get together here. Time to stand up together. It's not hard to figure out. What the problem is people don't want to hear that answer. They want to try to shame you into, or someone into, fixing their problems while they do nothing on their fat fucking asses. And that's why everything is what it is. To like put that on the shoulders of one person, you're trying to take it off of your own, and that's not okay. That's not acceptable. And to say, so the other thing too, I am doing the 90 essential nutrients because they fucking work and because it's a reality. For someone to say that longevity is Jewish, like what is so does that mean because they're the most, between that and the Azure Well are the most absorbable products that you can get that will make you healthier so you can fucking defend your body can defend itself from the other Jewish poisons that are out there? They said apparently Dr. Wallach might be like a quarter from a fucking, and he doesn't follow that religion. He's not a Jewish supremacist, and he's actually out of that company, has been for a long time. He's the one that developed all of it. He's the one that did all the autopsies. He's the veterinarian. He's the guy who did also the human autopsies. He's the one that figured out what nutrients were depleted in the people that were having these issues and how it had a pattern. He was the guy. Whatever changes hands, oh my God, are you telling me that a corporation has Jews in it? Shut up. Oh my God, that changes everything. I guess the nutrients don't work. I guess minerals aren't real. Vitamins aren't real. It's all been... You guys are fucking retarded if you think that. If that person thinks that, he's a retard. So I don't know what point the mentally unhinged is trying to make. But it's all very lame, and it's not making me feel like, oh my God, I can't believe... Oh no, what if they find... Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. There's something about... Because I handcraft all my stuff. I do the bottling. I don't send it to a manufacturer. I do it, you fucking retard. And you're like, bottles are Jewish. What is fucking wrong with you? Hot sauce, doing anything that produces something for your family, that's so Jewish. Shut the fuck up. Present yourself in my... Here. Because you deserve a fucking smack across the fucking teeth. And until you do, you're just a pussy, a coward, and a mentally ill person. Deal? Deal. Now that person's got his extra couple minutes of airtime, it's just, I just find it very interesting. It's very humorous that somebody would actually think that these are like, it's more so because I hate stupidity and absolute retardation. Like, I don't mind if somebody actually has a mental issue. But when they are just selectively ignorant and belligerent retards, probably drunk, probably on drugs, probably something else, probably fat, probably doesn't get laid, probably has all these other things that makes them miserable. Because if they were living a fulfilling life, they wouldn't be concerned with me, who's not talking about them or to them ever until they start engaging me and dry humping my fucking contacts page. That's a horrible life to live. That person has a shitty existence. And if they're getting morsels, they're getting them from a Jew to go and harass people. It doesn't matter if it's coming from Fed, an independent source, all that stuff, that gang stalking shit. If you want to call something Jewish, that's what it is. So this person's a fucking hypocrite, or he's just a degenerate. But either way, they have failed everything at life. If they're implying that all those things that they had put on that list, they avoid or don't do because they're super smart, they don't engage in this system, then you have absolutely nothing. And you're a loser. So I could understand maybe the animosity first when you see somebody who actually, for quite a while there in my life, was succeeding quite easily until a COVID thing fucked shit up. I mean, I'm not afraid of hard work. So things happen for me because I'm not sitting around or trying to find an escape route or trying to, screw someone else over so I can take something from them because I refuse to do something for myself. I don't do any of that. I don't have the addict mentality. I like to actually, I just, when I was talking about today, doing the yard work and working in the house and cleaning things, I enjoy making things better around me. I enjoy thinking about how the floors are cleaner for my daughter. The house is tidier in the kitchen. These things give me fulfillment. This person, because like, what kind of a degenerate, if it is an occupation, what kind of a degenerate takes that one just to go talk shit about somebody that they have absolutely no idea about their personal life? They have no idea about who this person is that they see on a fucking screen. They have no clue whatsoever. I'm thinking that it's either another content creator or it's probably another content creator. But the way that they usually leave messages, I don't think they can. I don't know if they're really actually reading and writing. So I don't know if they'd be able to operate things to actually make a video happen on their own. They might have help. They probably need meds. Or they don't need meds. It's one of the two. The meds are making them fucked up. Or they're just a belligerent fucking alcoholic. Fat fucking loser. Either way, they're not getting fulfillment in their life. They are certainly not getting laid. I can tell you that because you are not that much of a fucking maniac if you're calm. That's all pent up sexual and fat aggression right there.
All it's doing is receiving information from the satellites, laying it over a map and telling you exactly where you're at. The reason I bring that up is because this little fuse and your transponder in your car have nothing to do with the GPS receiver that's actually probably functioning in your car. It didn't do anything in my Shelby, and it probably won't do anything in your car as well. I'm not telling you guys to pull your fuse like I did and go off the grid. What I'm telling you is they're tracking you. I'm going off the grid. I'll write to my insurance company. You do what you want to do. Also, you can go to Studio Hot Rods and you can see the Freedom Fighters page where you can actually sign the petition and join us in fighting for our freedom. But the most important thing, it's way more important than GPS, right? GPS, global positioning via satellite, right? GPS
System.
Here's the deal. How about God's positioning system? God's positioning system. Where does God want you? I'll tell you what, taking this little fuse out of your car don't mean nothing. What means something is what God's plans are for you. And that's what studying the Word of God actually can do for you. Let's hop into the Bible study. And by the way,
let's not. I'm good, thanks. You're doing so well still then. So, I don't know if you may have missed some of the more suspicious parts of this. Everything sounded good up until put you on a list, sign this up. What are you signing up for? If you wanted to tell you the process of becoming like nationalized or something like that, just fucking tell them or put it behind a paywall. What are you signing up for so you can be on a list? And then also, and some babbling biblical bullshit to go with it. That makes you feel like that he's actually doing something, but at the same time, the religiosity of the Abrahamic death cults is to only do things to one level and then stop, because all that other stuff that would actually affect change, that's for that one guy who hasn't been around in 2,000 years to come back and do. You're not supposed to do that. You're not capable. Yeah, you are. Everybody is. That's why we're here. God didn't ever stop creating people that were from him, that have the connection, that have the empathy, the love, the compassion. and are supposed to have the bravery and the understanding what to do, but then they vaccinate the fuck out of you. They put you in a system that conditions you from birth, programs you out of having a purpose. Well, here, now you know your purpose. Fight evil, protect the innocent, thrive. Make a safe environment for your children to grow up and have all the amazing experiences that they're supposed to have without the dangers, the threats, or the corruption poisoning that. The poisoners are poison regardless if it's actual poison or if it's poisoning the mind, tempting with vices, which they are always, oddly enough. Tell me what personifies this more? They are at the very root of the industries that provide every single vice. They have a huge hand in all of it. And even if you want to say that the orthodox gooby doobies over in like these places that are abusing the welfare system at your expense and having shit tons of kids and not working, even if you want to say that, well, they're not the ones spreading the poison, well, they're also treating you like a piece of shit and a slave because they don't work and they expect you to pay for them and their lives and their children, and they'll keep having more so they become a bigger burden. So if those people are the orthodox, where's all the good ones? We keep saying, oh, they're not the Zionists, or they're not this and not that, and there's the good Jews. Really, where's the good Jews? Why don't they ever speak out against the shit? I don't consider Max Blumenthal, knowing who his father was, to be there's something going on with the gray zone. Sorry, I don't care if it's all sounds very good and very right. Forgive me if I don't just flop over and stop, using my discernment and critical thinking skills for him. I'm not going to do that. I'd prefer any of this information that he presents to come from somebody else that isn't him, that isn't one of them. So it is what it is. And by the way, yes, regardless of whatever, really big stretch that this person's trying to say about the longevity, first of all, again, I'm taking the as you will, so that's also retarded. But yes, I do have longevity because it is absorbable. And why would I not use something? Because do you look at everything that you have, like, maybe they should put that on the label since everything's BlackRock anyway, right? So essentially you could say, oh, sorry, it's made by Jews. Like, isn't the whole point here is to not only that, but if it's kosher, it's probably healthier. So there'd be less poison in it. So what was that? Would that be bad to do that too? Everybody's a fucking retard. And everybody who thinks that way, like that person. Let me see what's going on over here. We don't need no stinking airbags. We don't need no stinking badges. Christopher Lee Spetler says, I've broken a steering wheel with my chest. Have you, Mr. Dwyer? I was awfully pissed. The Ford dealer sold me a used truck without an airbag. Smelled fishy to me, What year was the truck, Mr. Stetler? He was also saying Lincoln was a great president. Oh, was he? I wasn't here for that. Yeah, that would have been another. Yeah, Lincoln was a piece of shit. We're in the shit that we are because of his obedience to the banking cult. And then, oh well, the greenbacks. He was against the banks, dude. The whole thing was a banking war through the conspiratorial efforts of Rothschild agent August Belmont and others. The lead up was to literally split the country in two so that they would kill each other because they couldn't do the war from a distance. They tried and they failed in the War of 1812, and they were damn sure to make it impossible that another Andrew Jackson could come along. That really fucked them up. And they were very hateful and spiteful for that. So, obviously, just like the Jesuits, it doesn't matter. They have a long memory and they'll punish and punish and punish. Shit that happened with... First of all, it's their offense that creates the response. but the response is what they resent. Whether they're kicking you out or stopping you, or whether they're kicking them out, stopping them, or limiting their ability to spread harm and misery and abuse the systems to their benefit, that's enough for them to. It could be 150 years later. They'll come with either their own people like the Bolsheviks, or they'll sabotage something and, now that they're in the financial system, arm the shit out of somebody who already has issues with you or is convinced that, or with promises, will gain something from butchering you, and that's how they'll enter your country. But it'll be them behind it. The Jesuits are the same way because of the cryptos. Like everything that's evil. I think all the vices, the root, them. Gambling, prostitution, pornography, drugs. You think the cartels do other than the drugs? Guarantee you there's an OIV involved. Scheinbaum. Who's actually really running the drugs? The one guy in Colombia wasn't giving over his everything to them in a manner that they accepted, so they went and they had him hunted down. Escobar. That's not saying Escobar was a saint, but he was determined to maintain his independence from them. So they murdered him, and they celebrated it, and they tell you, and they make 15 different movies about how he was, this and that and the other thing. It's probably some of that's probably Jewish propaganda. The Colombian people loved him. Oh, is it Medellin? Right? He gave to the people that were needy. He kind of did some nice stuff too. He had a couple of 2 tree hippos too, from what I gathered. And when his estate kind of was like, I don't know, I can't imagine just being left there because there's probably lots of shit there. But apparently the hippos eventually got into the wild there, and they're not really nice to anything that is nearby them. They charge. They have very powerful jaws, and you can just imagine what happens next. They can fucking swallow you whole because their mouth opens up like this. Ouch. Fingers hurt. It's got like ever since I broke that fucking hand. Let's see. You're gone. Yeah, forgive me if I started listening to that and I was like, oh, let's good. I'll just go ahead and play it, but I didn't catch that part. What do we got going on? Nothing. This one, nothing. What's going on today? It's a Sunday. There should be a multitude of people here. All right, so let's get into this. The erased history of the birth of Zionism, how murdering innocents with a TS became normal by Zionists. Now, I wouldn't just narrow it to Zionists, because what is the one thing that all of them do? They're tribal, and they support each other. So even if they like that, oh, those guys. Tell me one time that officially on a stage, in front of a camera, in front of a microphone, in front of anything of any substance, making a YouTube video, making an Instagram post. When have you seen, people in an official capacity, some sort of representative that's a substantial representative of the quote unquote Judaism or Jewish people, denounce the horrific acts of one of their own? When? Ever? Has it ever happened? To any significant degree? Where they're like, we apologize for the behavior of this gentleman that is not like us, that is not who we are, and we have, written him off, we denounce him. that it was our it is our responsibility to assure that that doesn't continue to occur, that poisonous thought process doesn't continue on with any of our other members. Does that ever happen? Because, you know, if that would go a long way. Because then you could say, well, maybe they're, for the people that are soft-headed, they might say, well, maybe they are trying to contain it and police themselves. But that they don't even make that effort, because if you are upset with one of them, it's already your fault for being so, regardless of what they're doing to you at that time. The simple fact that you are complaining about your mistreatment, your abuse, is enough. That's enough to make you an anti every fucking word they want to call you, that makes people who are stupid in the public think that you're a bad person because TV said so, or the ones that actually can read that you were, or some stupid website said so. Take it as a badge of honor. Oh, I upset you. What was I doing? Was I, being a good, decent person? Because that would be when it comes to what they said were bad about the National Socialists. It was they wanted strong nationalism. They would preserve their people, law and order, clean streets, clean everything, keeping things up. What do you call it? Hygiene. All these things were horrific, unconscionable, and outrageous to the smelly, disgusting, bug-infested Jews. So, decency, morality, those are confining. Those are not good virtues or values. So anything that you do that's good is offensive. They are the complete. They're not built like human beings who actually are meant to interact and associate with other human beings, because they value the exact opposite things. So that makes them if one's good, the other one's bad. If one's evil, the other one's one's good, the other one's evil. So where do they come from? Just because they look like the same shit doesn't mean that they are. Something's in them that isn't in us, or something's missing in them that is in us, like a connection, a soul, if you want to call it that. So, yeah. And I'm not trying to, hey, the observations, don't make me look. Don't continue to give me reasons to have to look deeper into this stuff because of the constant, continuous, consistent, hostile, violent behavior and the needy, pushy, and demanding and condemning that they do. Who the fuck are they? Why is it that we haven't told people to sit down and shut up and be respectful in our house? Again, there shouldn't be anybody but ethnic Europeans representative in government, because if this is the place that we founded, there should be that as the representation of who we are. Otherwise, they're not going to be like us, and they're not going to feel like, they're not going to feel for us in the same way. It's a travesty any other way, because it's an erosion and a weakening of the nationalistic bond. Because here's the thing. We can be in a position of power, because this is how we've been for all of history. We can be in a position of power and still be fair to all people, because what we care about isn't the tribalism or the ethnic aspect of it. We care about right and wrong. We care about law and order. We care about preserving reason and accountability. And you having this as your template, the people and what they are don't matter. If they're doing wrong, that has to be quelled. It has to stop. If they're doing well, they should be commended. And if they're causing harm to another in order to gain, that has to be rectified. And it doesn't matter who's who on what side. We can handle that. We can handle that without picking favorites. The way that they have conditioned and radicalized and made into literal like insurgents within our own government. Different ethnicities, blacks, Hispanics, of course the Jews themselves, and then all the pieces of shit that they import. That isn't America. America is not supposed to be the melting pot, you fucking pieces of shit. I'm talking to them now. It's supposed to have an identity, not shake it up and see what pops up. It's not what we're doing here. If you want something to run smoothly, if you want something to operate properly, if you want everybody, they don't want everybody to benefit from it. But we do. You put the ethnic European people in charge of everything that has to do with the government, and you get rid of, move them out of any of the control levers of said government. This, again, is after we restore it, because right now we're in a corporatocracy. And that has to change. That has to be dissolved. And by the way, all these other things that we've had to do, or we've been given the impression that we've had to do throughout our lives in order to be compliant with the system, will be no longer necessary, null and void, and it won't be an issue once we actually dissolve this spell that everybody's been in. So yeah, that is exactly the plan, and that is definitely the objective. The corporatocracy wasn't supposed to be isn't legitimate. It's just a matter of us restoring or identifying with and making distinction in great numbers the system that we're supposed to have, the common law that we're supposed to follow, and fuck all this corruption. Nobody gets to say that they own this shit, because if anything, if you want to play the money game with the fake paper, then we own all the infrastructure, because they robbed us to pay for it. Why are we even paying electricity bills? Why are we paying for usage when it's our infrastructure that got it to our house? Why is the delivery charge the highest part of the bill? We shouldn't be paying for that, for water. It's especially poisoned water. Clean up that shit. Get rid of the goddamn fluoride. Because I buy water from someplace else, even though I have to pay for a water bill here. I would prefer not to shower in poison it too, if that's okay. Or to wash my clothes in poison. A lot of things have to change. They literally have poisoned the wells. And in every municipality, they need to be removed from state, federal, and local law enforcement and government positions. Law enforcement too. Yeah, if they're in law enforcement, they got to get out. I don't like the idea of them being lawyers. I don't like the idea of anything that has to do with the process of keep maintaining law and order for them to be involved in. And I'm not just talking about them. I'm talking about all the other people that they've inserted into our society that aren't supposed to be here, who don't embrace it, who aren't smart enough to handle it, and who never should have left whatever fucking hole in the ground that they came out of when they extracted them to send them over here. And anybody who's hostile, anybody who wants to mumble their words and throw up signs, get the fuck out of here. Anybody who's used as a tool to cause harm and erode morality, or to threaten the the sanctity of others, they need to go. And there should not be any question as to the process. Oh, I got to be fair. No, it was already an offense. The time to discuss fair would have been before you entered into whatever life of crime you're in, or whatever other shit you're doing, or were sent here to do. I don't care about. It's easy to, like they did with Spain, right? Was it Spain? A sweeping 500,000 people. Was it Sweden? I don't remember. Just nationalized or whatever, just like with a stroke of a pen. Like they were all, whatever the case was, they were all naturalized. There we go. No background checks, no nothing. Just, hey, you can't call them illegals anymore. And they're like that. And then there's multiple murders and rapes and then beheadings and all kinds of shit. That was and people are like, oh, I see you made a mistake. No, it wasn't a mistake. That's exactly the desired outcome of what they did. That is exactly what they intended to do. Understand that they're out on the hunt for you. Not just your law enforcement is just there to make sure that you don't struggle while they're suffocating you, while they're holding you down, while they're killing and raping you. The local law enforcement is just there. The military will just be there soon to make sure that you don't try to maintain any bit of freedom or avoid them. You're not allowed to avoid this. This is the majority. This is why everything is going to be surveilled, because what they plan to do to us is so horrific. And what they've done to others in the past has been a good reference, but it'll be much more horrific. This is their final bloodbath, orgy. And if they don't have these paranoid people, if they don't have their surveillance on every little fucking thing you do from the time you leave your house, while you're in your house, in your car, at the lights, as you're passing and moving through, and that won't happen for very long either. The whole idea of getting up and going somewhere will be done. Because they know what they're going to do to you. And I'm already going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of different things happening at these quote-unquote so-called data centers. That may very well be a part of what they're there for. But I don't even know if if the proposals are even for that particular reason, because there's been a lot of times in history where things were torn down, things were taken, things were acquired, and then nothing was built. But they had already achieved securing property that wasn't theirs, of destroying a historical landmark of a building and erasing it from memory. Oh, there's going to be a railroad that goes through here. Railroad was never built. All that beautiful architecture was destroyed. So, they own all the farmland. Yeah, that doesn't mean they have to grow anything. What if they just rewild that too? You think Gates is just really excited about poisoning everybody with appeline? And he can't help himself. He's got to make the GMO fruits and shit, or the vaccine fruits. Does he? Isn't that the hard way to kill somebody? The more expensive. What about just starving you to death? Seems like the easier route, doesn't it? Keeps you weak, keeps your mind focused away from them, keeps you delirious and dying and worried about your own children. It's that's why they love it so much. Their Talmud says, by proxy murder, specifically starvation, that's actually promoted in that Talmud. In 1896, the prophet or the puppet? Why can't it be both? It's definitely not a prophet. Fucking idiots. The year 1896, Theodor Herzl published Der Judenstaat. On the surface, it's a manifesto for survival. Right. It's always about survival. These are the fucking demons of the demiurge. He even looks like, dude, how does that guy not look like a caricature of a villain? Did you see Angel Heart? Do you remember what De Niro playing Lucifer, Louis Cypher, looked like? How do they not look like the very fucking depictions of demons in all artwork or devils? A manifesto for survival. Yeah, not ours. Not the ones that they're trying to constantly kill. I guarantee you that war is not we're beyond in the modern minds. We're beyond war. If there isn't a bunch of degenerate pieces of shit in this Saturn cult here, pep rallying. All right, so not so much in Africa, because there's a lot of in other underdeveloped countries where they are still tribal and hateful and all this other shit. It's a very primitive Stone Age. If they're still living like in Stone Age, yeah, they're gonna kill. They don't have any conscience. They don't have any empathy. I don't even think they treat their own offspring well in those areas. So why the hell would they care about other people's lives? Those people, they could arm all day, but and they will kill each other, and you can just point them whatever direction to do so. Give them clothing because they're walking around naked or with a loincloth, and they'll go and kill anything. But they would do that anyway, just with spears, and be less efficient. But outside of that, any other conflicts, the modern mind is able to resolve. It's only these people who are unreasonable, who have no actual intention of ever coming to terms or an agreement with anybody. They weren't going to make a concession. They weren't going to compromise or do any of that. Once they decided that you're in the way, or that they just plain hate you, or that you represent something that is offensive or harmful to their global dominance, or you're just sitting on a pile of natural resources, or you happen to be in a geographic location that's advantageous to their industries or whatever, and they want to have a monopoly of everything so that everybody has to go through the Jew in order to get something, which is basically where we're at already. They just want you to be dead. And if you've ever asked them a question in curiosity as to what their, position is, and you may have also then criticized something, they want you dead no matter what other things transpire. They are a homicidal, genocidal, sociopathic, but very focused. And I don't think that this is a tribe from Earth. I mean, in the sense that this, if not a parasitic, like literal, biological parasite, it has to be some sort of either presence, an extra presence, an extra person, an extra entity inside of them, or they were quite literally created by a lesser being, a demiurge, if you will. Or they come from a place that God doesn't cover in the grand scheme of things. And he makes everybody, but not those fuckers. Or they've gone to such great lengths in the last 5,000 years to detach themselves from having a tether to right and wrong, that they've also condemned their own offspring. So therefore, at this point, they are quite literally an alien to humankind because of what they've done for so long, that they're just a damned race or species, whatever you want to call it. Because I don't know what they are. but they're not. They don't act human. They only do that. Like, you know how sociopaths work, right? They don't have the same feelings that others do. So they fake it. They imitate. They're the great imitators. They're good at, reading and learning reading your behaviors and learning what's appropriate, but they don't understand why, because they don't feel it inside. And that's why when they write their own bullshit, like the Old Testament, that's why it's so fucked up. All these characters that are supposed to be these great people, they're all horrible human beings, or whatever the hell they are. Because even when they make up stories and call that religion from their god, none of it makes sense to us, but it is driven into our heads that these are holy people and that's God's word, so people overlook all this shit. If you actually just looked at it without all that fear of, going to hell because you're good, it's not God's word. It's a bag of bullshit. God doesn't talk, number one. Not like that. Doesn't appear in the flesh. Doesn't do any of that stuff. The only way he appears in the flesh is when he makes us, and we still maintain a tether to him. The year is 1896. On the surface, it's a manifesto for survival. Yeah, okay. But behind the scenes, the politics were darker. There's no, it's always, just the wording. It just gets me angry that they said it's a manifesto for survival. Like, what are they fucking hiding from? What are they scared of? How can you be such a murderous asshole and then be like, it's for our survival? I'll take a look. I wonder if folks will walk like zombies. Oh, hold on. There's more than that. Hold on. Did you hear that? Did you break your hand getting bit by a hippo? No, I did not. All the voices, that's the Lord's Prayer, said Christopher Lee. Blacks say, oh lordy. White folks say, oh my God. Who does? We can't see the forest for all the trees. And then, did you break your hand getting bit by a hippo? Nope. Fighting it off. Yeah, no. I would not have an arm. Or probably a torso. The hippo turned out to be Lizzo. Lizzo. Damn, those 6 Pima trucks. Pima? Were, Pennsylvania emergency manager. Okay. We're probably most definitely going to Philly for the World Cup shit they have going on. Yeah. And They Live wasn't about the Jew. Right. I wonder, and then Christopher Lee Stiller says, I wonder if folks will walk like zombies to data centers once AI's song starts, right? The humming. Yeah. Starts in earnest. Born in sin, come on in. The elite seem awful sure of themselves. Yeah, we don't know what these people do. They might have a charging deck when they go to whatever, cave dwelling they come out of at nighttime. And maybe they set themselves on a click charger, and their sonic resonance, whatever, they're freaking, that's how they charge their demon battery. I have no idea. Or they're just using child's blood for that. I'd rather not think about that, but anyway. They're definitely not normal. I think we've all established that. What was I? Was it this one? No. Right there. All right. Just the very statement of here, even if they're criticizing this, they're on the surface, it's a manifesto for survival, right? Because they're always the aggressors. They're always the pushy, demanding, unreasonable, overbearing, very threatening, very abusive. But they're the ones that are fighting for their survival. Of course you are. And over time, they became bigger and bigger bitches, the majority of them. But the ones in the suits, those are the ones you got to watch out for, not the ones in the penguin outfits. This guy is a demonic piece of shit, as are... I don't know why I'm singling that person out, but yeah, he was a main driver of shit pieces. As was that Blackstone guy, which is funny enough because Blackstone is the parent company of BlackRock. It's Blackstone. And this all goes back. There's a BlackRock and Stone in Mecca. Wow, is it because me? And it's in the cube. Oh my goodness, right? Is it because could it be that they're all from the same Saturn cult? Yes. Anyway, behind the scenes, the politics were darker. Herzl wasn't just talking to his people, he was auditioning for the world's superpowers. He approached the Ottoman Sultan, the German Kaiser, and the Russian Tsar, men with blood on their hands, offering them a civilized wall against the barbarism of the East. The dream was being sold as a strategic fortress before it was ever home. Ever a home. So here, let's go in again. He approached the Ottoman Sultan, the German Kaiser, and the Russian Tsar, men with blood on their hands offer. What do you mean men with... Not all these guys. Maybe the Sultan. With the German Kaiser? The fuck you talking about? That's buying into the bullshit of World War I, not even World War II. What the fuck is he talking about? Are they talking about? Men with blood on their hands, offering them a civilized wall against the barbarism of the East. What does that even fucking... The dream was being sold as a strategic fortress before it was ever a home. 1914, the great betrayal begins. World War I breaks out and the Middle East becomes the ultimate prize. The British Empire is desperate. They make a secret promise to the Arabs, revolt against the Ottomans and we'll give you independence. Yep, they make a promise to the Arabs, the Berbers, all those other fuckers. Revolt against the Ottomans, and we will give you independence. It was a lie. While Arab soldiers were dying in the desert for freedom, two men, Sykes and Picatweir, Bronson Pichot, in a basement with a ruler and a map, carving up the land like a birthday cake. Zionism was about to be invited to a table where the seats were already stolen. Well, none of this would have any influence if it wasn't for them first gaining control of a fraudulent machine of debt. You could call it a monetary system, but it really isn't. And that happened with the Swassos before the Rothschilds took it over. That was the Dutch East India Company. And why were they there? Because every vice that anybody ever could think of, they corner the market on. They are the providers of all the horrible things that destroy lives for everybody that isn't a Jew. The Jews indulge in it too, yes. But that's goy stuff. (1917) The 67-word death warrant, which, by the way, I know they're not smart enough to actually talk about this, but they don't discuss the very what do you call it? What's the fucking word I'm trying to use now? God damn it. See, this is what happens when you get head injuries. Oh my god. The very oh my god. All right, so he had a big role in this. The very significant role of Louis Brandeis as also a Rothschild agent, also a Supreme Court judge at one point, eventually. And it was even Brandeis who, when talking about who helped push forward the Zionist movement most, he said a preacher by the name of Blackstone. Gee, I wonder if they want to name their company after that, because everything's about symbolism. Blackstone was an evangelical Christian, a Christian Zionist, if you will. Do they even have that term yet? Maybe. I think that term came out after World War II, but I could be wrong. But that very thought process was being added to and poisoning the brains of German people already for a while, because they had the Bohemian Brethren, they had the Moravian Brethren, they had the Plymouth Brethren, they had the Asiatic Brethren, which is a different place. They had the Exclusive Brethren, and these were all founded by Frankists who had been baptized into Catholicism / Christianity in the number of about 26,000, including Jacob Frank. And he was in Offenbach when he met with the Rothschilds at the time and became wealthy overnight, and so on and so forth. And then out pops the Illuminati and the destruction of the Freemasons may or may not have been as bad as they are now in the certain ranks. And this might be a little outdated, but yeah, no, that's anything that has a shield, anything that has a system of degrees or rankings, anything that's behind a facade of either royalty, scholarship or scholarliness, whatever the fuck that word is, intellectualism, they're going to be like the readers groups and all that, the Royal Society. They infiltrated all that, and they were able to influence the minds of some nobles and royalty, because they need that. They need their in. But with the financial aspect of it, it's just incredible that once they make themselves, it's always about making themselves into the middleman and about contracts. And this is exactly what, even if you're just a kid who watches cartoons, know that that's what the devil deals in. You just know this. The devil or a demon or a Jew, right? November 2nd, 1917, the Balfour Declaration. Louis Brandeis had a huge hand in this, a huge role in this. This guy isn't really even the author. This was almost verbatim drafted by Louis Brandeis in America. The Balfour Declaration, a 67-word letter from the British Foreign Secretary to a wealthy banker, Lord Rothschild. I think it was the name Walter at the time. Was it Walter? Let's take a look. Right this way. Right. There you go. Lionel Walter. Sounds close. Lionel Walter Rothschild. Who is behind the Balfour Declaration? And nothing that they say in those formats are ever going to be the truth. It's going to be just the wonderful thing that the Jews were able to accomplish. Look at these wonderful banking, killing, demonic fucks. It's like you feel bad for the plight of the trillionaires who have made themselves trillionaires by fucking fraud and by and when it comes to actual like non-liquid wealth, like it's not cash. Well, they have all the things that they've acquired by fucking people out of their true wealth using that same money system. And that's in the trillions as well. They said something like, and again, these are all stupid numbers because what the fuck? There's no national debt. There's no national debt. None. Why? Because there can't be anything owed to these fucking people. Number one. Number two, it was based on a fraud of a financial system that has no true value. So you owe nothing times infinity, whatever, still nothing. Plus all of the things that we've done or been forced into or been convinced to do, coerced into by this system that presents themselves as our government, all the wars that were fought, all the lives that were lost, all the constant poisoning that they cause us through the genocidal healthcare system, the genocidal eugenics program, the vaccinations, the poisoning, deliberate poisoning of our food, of our water. What the fuck do we owe them? That's who's saying that we owe something. And that's why they continue to treat us like we're indentured servants or prisoners. And then on top of that, they incorporated and made us all fictitious entities with no rights because we're property and they can hold the paper on that property. So, yeah, no, fuck them. And property can't own property and property can't have rights. So, yeah, the fact that we're obviously natural living beings and they're maybe not, who are they to say this? It promised a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Yeah, isn't it great how you can promise land that doesn't belong to you? Where there's occupying people already there who've lived there. And by the way, yes, our Gothic Aryan ancestors, and Waddell talks about this, Syria, Persia, most certainly, and I guarantee you there's still our element in a lot of the Persian people, 100%. In Persian, Iran, Iraq. Palestine was another one that they said we had a heavy concentration and influence there. And even in China and in Japan. We had traveled a lot of places. I think in China and Japan, they already met people who had kind of their shit together. But in the influence was there and the interaction nonetheless. Of course, then they did have an Emperor Qin. So that's unfortunate. How'd that happen? Anyway, it promised a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. But here is the erased part. Britain didn't even own the land yet. Who fucking doesn't know that? I just got done saying it. It was a colonial power promising a land they hadn't conquered to a movement that didn't live there, completely ignoring the 90% of the population already inhabiting it. Diffuse with slit. This is fucking remedial. Remedial. It's dark alchemy of politics. Why did Britain do it? Why'd you do it, Johnny? It was out of the kindness of their hearts. That didn't really say that. I just read that and that was real. British documents revealed a cold, cynical calculation. They believed based. But I said a hyphen. They believed, based on anti-Semitic myths, that international Jewry held the keys to the U.S. and Russian war efforts. They supported Zionism not to save a people, but to manipulate a phantom power they feared. That's fucking retarded. Oh my God, how stupid is this statement? These people are fucking mental patients. Who funded the Bolshevik Revolution, retards? What era of Russia are you getting your head wrapped around, you fucking mental patient? U.S., quote unquote, was already incorporated and already a Jewish freaking territory as it is now, and they're the ones who Russia was only dangerous and scary because of all the fucking Bolshevik Jews. The Tsarist Russia was not a threat at all, whatsoever, to American people, not to the Jews, whom hated them and were envious, as they always are. Envy, hateful, spiteful, and will torture you and your children to death for their enjoyment. That's what they're going to do with everybody, every fucking buddy. Or they're not. It's up to us. We get to choose. But we better, and apparently so far the choice is, yeah, we're going to all be murdered and slaughtered because no one wants to do anything. They don't want to appear shitty in public because of some stupid word spells. They supported Zion. I can't read this anymore after that. No. Out of 3,000 people employed on the staff at the Nuremberg courts, 2,400 were Jews. Louis Marshalko, Hungarian journalist, The World Conquerors, in 1958. Yes, it was the conquering. That's why we've been on a free fall ever since. We just didn't know that we were pushed off the edge. The people that were doing all of the pushing knew damn well that we were pushed off the edge. Now that includes FDR, that includes Wilson, that includes all the people who were complicit. Truman, Eisenhower is a piece of shit. And everybody after that who didn't mention it to anybody. Hey, we're incorporated, everyone. Hey, these people are the ones who really run. Like all the great presidents that came by. Had anyone told you about the menace? Maybe Buchanan started to a little bit, but and he wasn't a president though. He was just a runner. He was running for it. And idiots like the idioticity of, you can be wrong sometimes, and Bill Cooper was wrong sometimes, and Bill Cooper was very wrong about Buchanan. But he also was 100% wrong about World War II. Swallowing how do you go and just, look up all this other shit and then still not pay any attention to like one of the most major pivotal, moments in history, World War I and II, and you just buy the mainstream Jew narrative and then you defend them and you shit on National Socialism and call them Nazis like an idiot. Like, that was a lot of things that are wrong. That's a lot of things that are wrong, Bill Cooper. You fucked up a lot. I don't want to care about unfiltered comedy. Let's see. Why is it doing that again? Stop it. The other scroll came back on. All right, so it says, watch parts of Hoppers today. What's that? The animals couldn't go near the 5G tower. Oh, watch parts of Hoppers today. The animals couldn't go near the 5G tower that was disguised as a tree, but the one beaver was able to. Probably worth checking out with the kiddo. That was the name of the movie, right? Hoppers? Okay, cool. The actual power encapsulated within the communications devices is awe-inspiring. 1 million drones attacking U.S. soil. Zzz. They all fall down. Quite the defense system, Alex. Also shielding operations from detection. Sucks seeing both sides. And Dan, where's the... I already did that. I did it when you first saw it. I said, high five from the chest. And I said, thank you. I didn't go all the way out. I just went like that. That's a chicken? Yeah, it's chicken. I have a similar picture on my... Is it still on my... Hold on. No, it was my older picture on my desktop of my daughter. Where she's holding a chicken at that same place I was talking about, Saddles for Joy. That's cute. They have some nasty feet on them. If they're not cool with you. That chicken seems pretty chill. I'm not going to lie, says Irvat. The blonde in the thumbnail. Her peach is bootylicious. Nothing more irritating to the ears than these two entities. Number 2, worse. Niggers jive talking something like, you know what I am talking about? Number 1 worse. Jews whining, it's not our fault. It's everybody else's. Says Claxon. Hey, Claxon. Bushmaster says, that's my 5-year-old granddaughter. I said we had too many roosters. Gonna have to cook them. She immediately ran in and caught one. That's cute. Oh, to cook or to save? Yeah, I get you, right? No, I'm not. I picked it for a reason. Actually, one of the first pictures that popped up. But let me see. That's not it. Thanks for the double. My bad. No, it's okay. Thank you. Yeah, and probably behind the microphone too, so I probably didn't see it. And this is for Irvat. Oh wait, that's a bigger picture. There you go. Oh, slash. Thanks. Okay, so I've got to check on my daughter because I am the one at the house right now. So let me go do that real quick, and I'll come back and we'll get into this. I don't know how long these are. They don't have times on them, so I gotta find something. I found something recently that I thought was cool, and we've done a lot of this. So let's just do this. Let's do it. Not image. Jesus Christ. All right, fuck it. Let's go like that. No, see, none of what other people think is like profound or good information or untainted information do I ever watch and say, oh, good, that's good to know. No, it's all bullshit. Like everything that people are like, oh, this is awesome. Like, no, that was all bullshit too. My lunch break is a piece of shit, though. I gotta say, they use a bunch of AI. They never explain what is and what isn't. Like, they do that shit and then they don't do any research. They just throw out nonsense, which is unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. You can't stop progress. Wait, hold on. Let's see. What is this?
Original Saddam body. Body. No. You can talk to him. My question is he's not outside. No. He is scared. But he comes back. He's speaking right now. I am speaking. Excuse me. I have done enough of your behavior. Your behavior is very bad. Okay, very bad. Because you are a very disrespectful man. Speak for 30 No, excuse me, you cannot. Sir, I'm speaking.
I'm enjoying this, actually.
So how old is this person who's eligible to vote here inside the United States, inside the state of California?
This guy's a piece of shit fucking scumbag. Just so you know, he gets into the propaganda. He's the one that was flying around that Lang Jew fag. And that's the only reason why we know Lang is because this guy was presenting him to us. The Christian, the Christian blah, blah, blah. Right. So sure he was. In Michigan, Dearborn, I think it was, right? The Muslims are attacking me. All that shit was the whole thing. Like even the people on the streets that were saying they'll kill people with machetes, all that stuff was fucking a performance, and Shirley was right in the middle of it. Fuck that guy.
No, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it says you voted in 51 elections, Doris.
No, not me.
Really?
I'm not no 100-some years old.
I know.
I said I wasn't.
I just want to make sure you're not 126 years old.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it really does say you're 126 years old here.
No.
Says,
Collin County.
I'm just gonna let this run for a little bit. I'll be back.
Grand Prairie, Irvin, Dalworth, Plano,
That'd be funny.
Keller,
it ain't safe for none of you white folks to come out this weekend. I'm giving
He
y'all
ripping
some
everybody up in here.
right now. And guess what? It's gonna be a bunch of niggas outside that look like me, and we ain't out there with no pocket knives. We out there with these. I guarantee y'all gonna pay for what that judge just did to Carmelo. If you don't believe me, bring y'all bold ass out this weekend and put on your Austin Metcalf shirts and see what happened to you.
The race card, black fatigue, it's real. I'm sorry.
Isn't that the dad? That's the dad, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
He's the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about watermelon felon? How's that one strike you, the boys? So if you want to talk about stolen land, yeah, that starts here. We were here before y'all were. They took all our land and put us on a reservation. They just brought you guys over on a boat. Works for you? Hey, man, that's your gig. Cool. Doesn't bother me until you bring it in my lane. You bring your shit in my lane, I'm going to run your fucking ass over. You understand that? Don't underestimate old man. Anybody seen Dirty Harry? Plenty.
Yeah, Jeff Metcalf, you're a racist ass prick.
Fuck you, nigger fucking whore loving bitch.
Still haven't recovered from their weekend attack, recorded on their security camera, which shows a group of 6 teens with guns assault and rob them while they were walking their dog. Later, they learned the attackers, now in custody, are only 13 to 16 years old. They say a moment on the video when a protective husband shields his wife from the barrel of a gun brought them together closer than ever.
As a man, sometimes it's hard to tell your wife how much she means to you and how much you love her. And there's at least one instance where I showed it for real, and that's going to stay with us a long time.
I'm from Africa. I'm blacker than all of you. By far, actually. So you're African? Yeah. From the motherland. Born in Africa. What part? Hold on. What part? I'll tell you. Ethiopia. All right, I'm going to tell y'all something real quick. Black people are not exclusively from America. They're from all over the world. All over the world. They're from Africa, Australia, Great Britain, not just from America. Oh, that's a death threat. That's a death threat, right? Get on video. That's a death threat.
What'd he say?
He said I'm going to do this to you. What does that mean? Huh?
Like, if we can get people to realize that, is that we don't hate each other. We're being told to hate each other. And so that's why I want to go on Candace Owens. I want to go talk to Tucker. I even want to go to talk to people that my first question to be was, why are you such a Nazi to Nick Fuentes? You know what I mean? I want to talk, because Gov, you know this, and I'm talking too much, but that's my job as a Biden, is 18 to 35 year olds, draft age generation. They're angry, man. They're really angry. And we can sit here and say they're stupid and they don't know what they're talking about and they're so dumb that they fall into the trap of these people and these people that are online. They're not, man. They just want to belong.
You got it.
They want to feel like they have some control. And I'll tell you what, a generation of people that lost 2 years of their life, the most important years of their life in COVID, and we don't even remotely recognize the trauma of that. And I think that that's what we're living through. And at the same time, the exact wrong person came along to the stage and literally lit the match.
Whites are afraid of being called a racist for the most part, but there's an odd psychological effect. Something you don't want to do, particularly with white people, is call them a name for long enough. First generation will accept it when you impose it. Second generation will embrace it. The third generation afterwards go along with it But in the secret, they'll do something else. The fourth generation, take that word and make it a badge of honor. How long have white people been called racist nonsense?
Do I have permission to step in, ma'am?
Swing on you, bitch! Leave me the fuck alone! Get the fuck away from me! Leave me alone! Come on, Sawyer. Leave him alone! Leave me alone. Come on! Leave me alone! Get off of me! Hey, get off of me! He's trying to hurt himself. No, I'm not! Let go of me! Go of me! Stop it! Stop! Stop! Stop it! It is not my son! Stop it!
Passionate 47 sent $20 on Rumble before press.
Leave him alone! You guys, you are an asshole! Don't taste me! I'm not gonna tase you, buddy. And you people are... Hey, dude! She has it under control! No! Who are you? Who are you?
There you go.
Take the fucking cameras off of me!
Sawyer, we're allowed to film,
Shut
man.
up, you fat fuck! Keep laughing at me, you skinny little twerp!
I just didn't have the confidence. And at a certain point, I kind of had nothing to lose. And that was really what kind of gave me the courage to take that leap.
In the directing, you mean?
Yeah, because
Okay.
as an actor, I got real cold and like had a couple of movies that didn't work. And then, all of a sudden it can be kind of over for you. That's why it's a tough business. Fuck yeah, man. Like there's no seniority, there's no tenure, there's no retirement, there's no gold watch. If your show doesn't work or your movie doesn't work and nobody wants to hire you, like they're just gonna hire someone else. Yeah. There's 130,000 people in SAG and there's only 30,000 people that work every year, right? And then there's a even smaller amount of those roles where you have more than 2 lines. So it's very tough, right? And so if you're not, people aren't watching, they're not coming, or it's not interesting, see you later.
I smoke weed all day, every single day since I was 20 years old, maybe something like that.
20.
Yeah. I equate it to shoes or glasses. Like, are shoes like a crutch we use, or are they a thing that we have culturally decided make our lives easier and better? That is exactly how weed is to me. Could I not wear shoes? Probably. Could I not smoke weed? Probably. Would I just much rather smoke weed all day? Yes.
I'm just trying to save our relationship, and this is what he sent me.
Damn, shorty. I'm not reading all of that shit. But based on the length alone, I already know that I'm the problem, and your ass is going to forgive me. So I'll just talk to you tomorrow. Night, G. Cantina.
Get my face on camera. We kill crackers. Where I come from, we kill them. And if I ever see you outside of Texas, you gonna have a problem. Yup. I'm gonna wrap you up in that flag and I'm gonna set it on fire. I like the smell of burning flesh, don't you? Don't you? Don't you? See, the time of you having fear on us is over, cracker. It's over, cracker. We ain't scared of you. We gonna do some Nat Turner shit on you, motherfuckers.
Why do you think Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Do you think it was because of feminism?
Let's talk as professionals here. Sorry for the pause. I'm just scanning what's going to keep me alive. So I know who killed him. And the only person who is overtly giving theories as to who killed him publicly is Candace. The reason Candace is breathing is because she is a woman and because she is black. And the people in charge have thought, they've concluded, you know what? Let a black woman scream. Most people will, even if they listen to her, it's a black chick and we're just going to let her scream into the air and we'll just put it down to black female hysterical actions. So we'll just put it down to that.
You think that's it?
Yeah. We'll get some bots on Twitter and we'll get everyone to call her crazy and we'll pretend she's hysterical and we'll push all of this narrative that she's nuts with some paid influencers. And we're going to get everyone to call her crazy, even if she's right on the fucking money, even if she gets it perfectly right. Even in one of her episodes, if she describes it perfect, we're just going to convince everyone she's nuts because she's a black chick and we can convince people that she's just hysterical, like the Walmart ran out of fucking cocoa butter and she's mad. So let's just do that. If you're a man in a sharp suit like yours, or if I put a suit on and I sit there and I break it down in a very logical, there still is that degree of misogyny in the world where a man is taken a little bit more seriously with some things. And then if you get it directly on the money with a different tone and they can't really call you crazy, if you don't give them the second life, if you don't give them an easy layup, well, then you pay the price.
You fuck our foreigners!
And I want you to begin to think about this America and the white people problem that we have. I'm going to make a statement. We know that Martin Luther King, the beginning of his work was all about integration. We do know that later on that did change. Integration has had great benefits. I think now, unless you must stay in America, unless you are supposed to be in the USA. Otherwise, if you're black, integration has had great benefits. I'm telling you, and I'm saying this as a collective, let's drain this place of its benefits and make our mass exodus and go home and build. I repeat, integration has had great benefits, black people. For some of us. Let's drain this place of its benefits and make our mass exodus and go home and build. See, civil rights did not make white people that are infected with whiteness stop being racist. They still raised racist children that run this country to this day. The Civil Rights Act just made social discrimination federally illegal in key areas of American life, housing, voting, and such. It changed what was lawful, what was punishable, and what rights Black Americans could legally demand and defend. That's it. And now, those rights at the federal level There's an attempt to roll them back. Integration has had great benefits. Let's drain this place of its benefits and make our mass exodus and go home and build. This land ain't rich enough to hold who you are. You come from a land that flows with milk and honey. They poured you out of that land ancestrally and brought you to a place to where your royalty was not recognized. Used your black power, your black mysticism, your African spirituality, and your physiological superiority to build this country and give everybody reparations except you. Don't believe that America don't give reparations. They do to the tune of billions, just never gave it to us. This country was created to rape, pillage black.
What's up, you faggot? I think you're a Jew.
Am I a what?
Jew?
What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck up. Yo, sir, fuck up. You too, big blue beer belly motherfucker. Fuck up, fat.
Fuck off, that's why you're walking away, you skinny leg fat twerp.
And then look at this kid. Yo, excuse me, sir. You have a small dick. You have dick.
Let's go this way. Hi friends, it's Shirley Delta Blow, and to celebrate Pride Month, I'm going to bring my gal pal, America J Misdemeanor, up to the Marriott in Boulder, and we're going to do a little Pride Bingo Happy Hour. Join us June 25th, 5 to 7. We'll have lots of fun. There'll be prizes, there'll be laughs, there'll be food and drink specials. It's going to be a great time. Hopefully you'll join us and celebrate Pride.
See that. You're not gonna do shit with a man, and we see that. But you're not gonna do shit with a man. I'm not gonna do shit with anybody. That's weak. Fuckhead. That's weak. Fuckhead. 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 That's weak. You cannot do shit with a man.
Sources that told me that they found Carmelo Anthony guilty of killing that bitch ass white boy. And honestly, Chad, you can't really expect much in America. I didn't think you would get found guilty, but I'm not surprised by this. When you know what the criminal justice system is and what it's really meant to do, you don't get surprised at outcomes like this. They'll let that nigga Rick Chow out, but they won't free Carmelo Anthony. A man who actually had his life threatened by two big ass white boys. If it was me, I'd stab both the niggas. But free Carmelo Anthony, man. He ain't do shit to nobody.
Tyreek Nashik is a bitch ass nigga. I ain't never stood in a white man's face. He been talking in metaverse world when he couldn't be a pimp, nigga. You niggas ain't got no money to help nobody. Begging ass niggas. That's why the white man beat us every time. I can't wait to get on camera with this family to talk down to black America. Y'all fuck this kid up. Austin Metcalf's father was right. You niggas fucked it up. And you know in the beginning when I seen that man, I told Carmelo dad this. That man came with the right narrative. No matter what he felt like, he said, this is not about race. I jumped on his side immediately. I hated the fact that Carmelo's dad went with Dominique Alexander, child beating ass nigga, all them bitch ass niggas, Tyreek, Lee Mary, Benjamin Crump, all them niggas is crooks and hooks. And you a coward, nigga. Cause you naming names and I ain't never seen your face with them names, nigga. I stand on the front lines. I ain't seen now nigga that made it by race stood with that family while they was getting threatened. Didn't you hear that man say you going back to Baton Rouge? They know the addresses and everything, nigga. Y'all ain't over there with them making race. I beg the Anthony family. We gotta change this. It's not about race. We can't win that way. And what the man wait, but they didn't know no better.
These crackers is killing
Shut
our
up,
babies.
nigga, and be quiet.
These crackers is killing our babies.
How do I get this nigga off here? How do I get this nigga out of here?
Crackers
because
are
I'm
killing
talking
babies?
To Metcalf dad now. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Austin dad. I know they listening. They intent.
This fuck. So yeah, how long was the chimping out going for? This guy is such a fucking douchebag. This guy right here. I don't even give a fuck what his name is, but he's actually talked about. Maybe I can find the thing. Hold on. We might be able to find some backup here. Who is you? Let's see. She was pissed we didn't cook them tonight. Oh, that's funny. We don't allow naming of the livestock, only the dogs. Nice. Bushmass, you guys talking to each other? Okay, you guys talking to each other. Yeah, Tate's a retard. They all are. They all are. Yeah. You got, oh, what's that? Your dad was in the CIA or related fields of and agencies? Yeah, I can't imagine why we know what your name is. It sure as hell wasn't for your freaking kickboxing career. You guys did the tower. Almost. Somebody lost the Yeah, Christopher. Christopher, you broke the Yep. Oh, there you go. ERS. I just think you... Okay, you guys are talking to each other. Let's get out of this bitch. Man, I'm surprised that wasn't enough to stir motherfuckers up over here. Mofos. Let's go to this, though. Not that. Let me see if I can find the... I didn't really add very much today, so let me see if I can find that Anthony Williams. You know, I can just write his name out. There we go. Let's see. Not create. See what I mean? I pressed the wrong fucking buttons. Search. I'm not looking in my... Why do they always do that? No. That's an actual account. Why the fuck aren't you showing anything? What do you mean? I'm not looking in my fucking... emails, you fucking retard. That's his name. Well, it's N. M. Let's see. USA. That's it. That's it. That's the whole thing. No. I fucking... So, it's a lot easier to find shit on your phone than it is in this faggot fucking PC, or the app for the PC, or the site for the PC. It doesn't make any fucking sense. So I gotta do this instead. Andrew. Whatever. What the fuck ever. Am I not following this guy? Let's get to the one that I wanted to show you first. Yeah, Charleston White. That's the asshole that was just chimping out.
Charleston White is fucking retarded.
He should have killed both of them. He should have killed both them Peckerwoods. With a that's minding his motherfucking business. That don't bring harm to nobody. This kid ain't a bad kid. These bully white boys just with the black baby. I met with his
Black
father.
baby.
I've been meeting with his father regularly.
That's what he's been saying. So you know when it's this retard talking. He did messing with the black baby. Black baby? Are you a fucking retard? You been a dad? You ever stick around? What do you know about black babies, you fucking piece of shit?
He go beat these charges.
He looks like he might weigh, if he's lucky, 120 pounds. And he also looks like he's mentally retarded. Is he supposed to be some washed up rapper from the 80s? Like, what the fuck are we even looking at? What the hell is a Charleston White in the first place? He looks like he should have been hanging out with Run DMC until they beat his ass in a parking lot or something. Is it Charleston or Charlton? I don't fucking look because I don't care. Charleston. Isn't it funny that his last name is White? CHRLSTON. Comedian and entrepreneur. Well, I bet you one of those isn't very good or true. Listen to this fucking scumbag. He's just trying to make himself relevant because he's a fucking loser. He's a 49-year-old who dresses like he's Flava Flav, or he wants to be. He wants to be hip and cool. Not an adult, but a fucking stupid nigger. Anyway, Charleston White withdraws support from Carmelo Anthony's dad. Oh, withdraws support for Carmelo Anthony's dad, slams him, says he would rather help Boston Metcalf's dad. This is after all that chimping out we just saw? Really? So, was it what? Charleston White had pledged $75,000 to help Carmelo Anthony appeal his murder conviction, but has now said he would rather support it. Well, where's the money going to now, though? Is it because it's already over with? Right? Didn't come out the way you wanted. Still have to make yourself relevant by still saying stupid shit. Now you want to, like, I don't think the dad wants to have anything to do with somebody who gave $75,000 to either the GoFundMe for that piece of shit that made $600,000 off of this, or his family did. I don't think anybody wants to hear from you at all. You, whatever you do, when you're sitting, you're just standing. You just have the face of ignorant piece of shit. And this guy is a cuck. Why is he talking? Yeah, fucking complete, total trash losers. Millionaires? Right. Because Jews. Because Jews. Charleston White loses all his fans after huge error on IG Live. Oh, yeah? Charleston White on if legendary black comedians like him or not. Who cares? Who cares? So they had a personal disagreement, so that's probably what, or something like that. Look at this guy's another piece of shit. Do you see that guy right there? He's another piece of shit. Let's see what this is. Too long already. 13 minutes. Who cares?
Charleston White is gay.
Ah, shut up, Groid. Of course it would be another Groid.
Brought a knife to school. So I take a knife to school. Fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys.
What the fuck is One-Eyed Willie talking about? He ain't a bad kid. He didn't do nothing wrong. He stabbed the motherfucker, right? He was just minding his own business under a tent to a school he didn't attend and had no business being. And no, Patchy the Pirate, he wasn't with another fucking kid. What are you talking about, dumb nigga? Niggas like Charleston White are the biggest attention whores and grifters in the damn community. I can't even call this nigga a joke because this one-eyed nigga is more of a circus act. Of course, this nigga Charleston White is defending this piece of shit Carmelo Anthony because like Carmelo, he was involved in a murder too back in the 90s. Nigga is the biggest fucking hypocrite. Will talk all this shit about niggas and then still act like a fucking nigga at the end of the day. Your short old ass needs to shut the fuck up and stick to talking about rappers and whores on your step stool, nigga, because nobody's gonna take Patchy the fucking Pirate seriously. Do better, niggas. This.
All right, there we go. That put balance into our world right there.
B had this dizzy ass shit to say.
This is America. I sure learned something from this. I learned to tell my sons, if a white boy, do not argue with no white boys. Cause baby, ain't no law protecting you.
Like you know who your kids are. You pop them out and you just go do other shit. It's like you don't breastfeed, you don't nurture. What are you fucking talking about? Shut up. You gotta drop that extra weight so you can spin around on the pole before you got famous.
if something goes down with them. That's what I learned from this case.
You didn't learn shit. This is the same woman who sat with freaking Joe Biden. Do you remember that? We be wanting this and we be wanting that. We be wanting, what is that? What does that make? Let me see. Free cell phones, free healthcare, free education, free food from welfare, free money. And then on the other hand, we want reparations. Looks like you got them already. And we didn't do the thing that you were fucking bitching about anyway. Go get the Jews, you fucking retards.
My sons, you arguing with a white boy, walk the fuck away. Because the law don't protect.
Right, because white people are so goddamn dangerous. Remember, it was the white guy that killed the black kid, right? Because the white kids are really dangerous and completely irrational and unreasonable. Yeah, instead, you got a problem with a white kid, you walk the other way. Well, first of all, you wouldn't go into their territory under their tent for their school. And when someone says, "Hey, bud, you don't belong here," and the kid says, "Fuck you, nigga," and he's like, "No, really, get the fuck out of here," something like that. And then they push back and forth, and he gets stabbed. Yeah.
What the fuck is this guacamole mouth heifer talking about? Bitch, why don't you tell your sons I used to drug and rob niggas? Tell your sons that you was a fucking stripper and that mommy makes music about playing with a fucking pussy on stage. Listen here, niggas. Entertainers in the black community like this are the biggest house Negroes that we could ever have. Heifers like this will keep you thinking that you're a fucking victim while they sit in their $1 million homes. We have a community of criminals and degenerates as the mouthpieces for black people. Stop listening to motherfuckers like this. Do better, nigga bitches. Cardi B.
Do you remember that clip about the woman, the white girl, talking to a stupid fucking nigger girl? And she's saying, so how, something about being a musician. She's like, girl, I ain't no magician. This is the level of absolute retardation. This is how fake and fraudulent their entire careers are. They don't even know what it is that they are. And they still think that they have talent and they're that smug and arrogant. The dumbest people are the most proud of it. Everybody in the middle is kind of cognizantly aware that they have limitations and they try to work on them. The ones that are completely far gone are so obnoxiously arrogant and retarded and dangerous because they get offended easy because they have absolutely no impulse and they also think that they're better than everything else that's living. So your life doesn't mean anything to them. We gotta do it. It's only a minute. Hello? Hello? I just heard somebody. Right there. So, this is a real thought, a real conversation. They can't possibly... What? She's so talented. They just had to have her, right? They just had to have her when she can't even conceptualize what the hell it is that she does. She doesn't have... She's illiterate. She's illiterate and probably... She probably... I don't know. Do you honestly think this bitch can write her name? Not her.
That's amazing. I didn't know that about you.
What do you know?
That you're a musician. But that's why I'm interviewing you today.
Look, see what I mean? Look at this fucking animal. It's a gorilla with long ass nails, ugly as fuck, and she says that you're a musician. So that's why I'm interviewing you today. She's conducting an interview. This bitch on the darker skinned one doesn't even know where the fuck she is, but she's gonna criticize this girl because she doesn't even know what the hell I do music. call me a magician.
So I can get to know you.
So I'm a musician.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck that mean? Make magic or something? What is musician?
I think you're confusing that.
Yeah, I'm not no musician. I make music.
Look at this fucking face. I make music. You show your tits through your shirt, and you look like a fucking monkey with hair, longer hair. You're disgusting to look at, and you're disgusting in attitude. But somebody with a long nose thought to themselves, "We have to have this," because it just rubs it in the faces of everybody who is struggling because we make shit fucked up for them. That this fucking degenerate fucking cunt illiterate bitch who does what does she do? Does she sing? Does she shake her ass? Does she wiggle her tits? Like, is it music or is it a performance because she's a whore? Which one is it? Because she do be doing music, everybody, but she ain't no goddamn musician, you stupid fucking cunt.
I make music, and that's not all I do. I make music, I act. I'm a TV star too, a young.
Just really quick, I think you're confusing.
I'm not confusing nothing because
You're not confusing nothing. Yeah, okay. You're not confusing anything. You don't even know that you're a fucking musician because you're not a musician because you probably don't play any instruments. Singing is not a musician. That's a singer. Somebody else does her beats or whatever the fuck it is. A producer. The house nigger for the fucking production company.
No, you thought that all I was a magician or whatever the fuck you said.
See, that's what I think you think I said. I said musician, not magician.
I don't think, baby. I don't think. What is that?
Right. She doesn't think. Yeah, okay. Thank you for clarifying. Oh, man. There's nothing. What is it that you say to that? I don't think. Yeah. We've kind of concluded that. We've deduced.
That's ghetto. I don't think.
Does he look like a bitch?
Yeah, it kind of does look like a dude.
I know.
So you
think.
I didn't say magician, Suki. I said musician. And I think you are a musician.
No, baby, I do music.
So you just really quick for the record, could you say you don't think you're a musician?
I'm not none of that.
But then after that, you just said I do music.
Yeah, I do music.
I do music.
So, in other words, you're a musician.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
It snorted. I face it, you're addicted to love. It's got the crescent moon. Yeah, this is just proof that. I mean, this is actually probably not as a severe case, but it is just a reminder that looks fade, kids. All right, let's get black to it. Not that one. This fucking idiot. I hate this guy. I don't know why I picked it. Hold on, let's see. Really? Can I just repeat how much of a piece of shit Instagram is? So it won't play it from there. But if I just go like this, oh look, it's there. So why the fuck won't you play it then, you cocksucker?
Happened with Utah's data center is headed for your state next. This is a warning from our state to yours. It's 4 letters most of us had never heard of until this year. It stands for Utah's Military Installation Development Authority. It just greenlit a massive data center and gas plant in Box Elder County backed by the Shark Tank guy, Kevin O'Leary, on private ranch land. MIDO was built for one job, fixing up old, unused military land near bases. That's it. A 20,000 acre data center on private farmland is not that. They took a tool made for one thing and they used it for something completely different. And they can do that because of how MIDO was built. Picture a soccer team where one team also gets to be the referee. They call their own fouls, and they move the goalpost mid-game. Oh, and they also wrote the rule book, and the rule they wrote says nobody else's rules apply to them. That's MIDA. It's the government, the tax collector, the regulator, and the business partner all at once. And in plain Utah law, section 63H1202, you can look it up, MIDA wrote itself out of the rules. County land use laws don't apply. City rules don't apply. Health codes, business licensing, none of it touches MIDA. They put that in writing. On top of that, MIDA has statewide reach. It never expires. Perpetual succession is the legal term, and it can act outside of its own project areas. It has its own police power as though it were a city, and its subdistricts can use eminent domain to take property and even the groundwater underneath it. Does that make you mad? So who's checking on them? What happened with Utah's data center is headed for your state next. This is a warning.
So I'm pretty sure that was a one and done over on that other show that I happen to be on. I'm about ready to fucking go ballistic on this response. It's like deliberately ignorant. I can't stand stupid. Especially when there's no reason why something that simple should be that hard to figure out. I'm about to tell off somebody. I'm about to burn a bridge before it even was fucking constructed. Fuck it.
So the black community is boycotting Asian businesses? You think you're about to boycott some shit? Just wait till they stop accepting EBT. You don't want to support Asian businesses? Who gives a fuck? Don't get your nails done. Don't wear one of them ugly ass weaves and throw that PS5 in the fucking trash can. It's crazy to me to see the links that the black community will go to prove their point that they're fucking mad and they need justice when a black kid dies at the hands of someone of a different color. But nobody says shit when a black kid kills another.
And then they wouldn't even pay attention because they don't give a fuck about other groid life either. They only become activists because they're too stupid to understand what to do on or how to be useful or how to be entertaining or whatever the fuck their aim is on social media. Plus, the only reason why they're probably placed on social media because those people can't figure out how to fucking control anything complicated in order to set up for a stream. They're only activists because there's somebody with a long nose behind them, funneling the money into them to do so. What better way to express social decay and erosion of values than through a groid who is angry about something that happened to some other person? They don't give a fuck about each other. They don't, and trash shouldn't. You shouldn't give a shit about trash anyway when trash is taken out. It's like, oh my god, I really like that box with from the cereal. God damn it. And the baggie that was in it that had the cereal in it at one time. You son of a bitches. Someone's got to pay.
The black kid. Leading cause of death for black kids.
This guy's a piece of shit too, though. I'm just saying, everybody's a piece of shit. Pretty much everybody's Chandler Gaynor. Yeah, emphasis on the first part of that last name. Look at your fucking body. Look at your fucking hair. You're a goddamn wigger. But go on. You're a wigger for Trump. Look at that. With a nice triangle tattoo. Little pyramid there with an eyeball blazing on his throat.
In America is homicide by firearms. 90% of those homicides were done by other black kids. So where the fuck is your rage and your anger at for that shit? A black kid gets killed by an Asian man due to a misunderstanding and y'all want to boycott the whole fucking...
Okay, I can't listen to no more of this bullshit. A young black boy loses his life after being racially profiled, because that's what it was. He got racially profiled.
A young black boy.
And black people are talking about accountability and boycotting. And here come this white boy. Here come this fucking beast. No condolences to that child's family. He just goes straight into bullshit. Statistics he doesn't even understand. And deflection. That is exactly what white people do.
Says the nigger can't get out of bed to fucking do a video.
Profiling? You mean like that? Yeah. Where was the outrage when she died? And where was the boycotting of black-owned businesses better yet, where are the condolences to her family? You see, the call is coming from inside the house. You can get upset and mad and say, this white boy is just talking about statistics that he doesn't even understand. But I'll give you a statistic that's very easy, and I can assure you, you'll understand. 13% of the United States is roughly African American, and yet, of that, you guys make up over 80% of the violent crimes in this country, while claiming that you continue to be oppressed by white people. But yet, you get to do stuff like this. This is your bio, isn't it? And it says, I love and date black women only. Now, me as a white woman, if I put in my bio that I love and date white boys only, I would get called a fucking Nazi. So while you're sitting here comfy and you're filming on your iPhone and rocking a pair of Air Jordans, you know, claiming to be oppressed and racially profiled, just remember that you don't live in Uganda in a fucking mud hut anymore.
So the black community is boycotting.
I like her. You have. I don't know if Jake is he doing the, because he speaks. I think I don't know if this is Italian or whatever it was. Just because I don't remember. Once I hear him speaking it, oh look, it's where's Fly Fisherman? They're so fake. And Jumo.
Belinda commence d'entrée avec le triangle Illuminati et l'œil d'Horus. Le monde est posé sur une pyramide aztèque parce que c'est un sacrifice global.
Global sacrifice.
Et Shakira incarne la prostituée de Babylone.
Shakira embodies the whore of Babylon.
La
Shakira.
Femme écarlate
Shakira banana.
De l'Apocalypse.
I don't think Shakira really does that. Shakira's not as fucking disgusting as 99% of the fucking female singers, pop stars out there.
Tient la coupe d'or, le trophée, symbole des abominations.
No. See, he's wrong there too, dude. Look at the freaking World Cup thing. It's a talon. Look at it. Here, I'm gonna cut out there's the these guys. What are they called? The Lulubu. Yeah, Labubu. Those are supposed to be like Pazuzus, the Labubus. Even though it doesn't look anything like one, but it's alright. They don't have snake dicks.
Portées par des Laboubous, qui sont des démons anciens. Elle chante en duo avec Burn a Boy. Tout est dans le nom. Brûle un garçon.
Burn a boy, right? Burn a boy, burn a boy.
Référence directe au sacrifice pour Moloch, qu'on retrouve dans les clips de Belinda, avec le Baphomet, le sol de dualité.
I don't know Belinda. She's probably more closely. I just don't see Shakira as being in that position of, oh, she's the whore of Babylon. It's like there's way worse than her out there. But it's like an amphibian talon. Oh, it's either amphibious or it's a talon. I'll get to those in a second.
On connaît tous le symbole Illuminati, mais personne ne parle de la ruche maçonnique.
Yes, the beehive. Yes, the beehive is all over Salt Lake City. The Mormons. Oh, we're not Freemasons, really, because Joseph Smith was, and he built it all around the same sort of lore. So all the upper echelon Mormon and LDS are most certainly Masonic. And I don't mean like just your regular, hey, this is the Buffalo Lodge. Ack, ack, a dack, 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 a ack. Here's a fake. No, I mean, more involved than just having a social club that you pay for like a dumbass.
Le ballon de foot est une ruche, composée d'hexagones. Ici, le monde entier enfermé dans ce ballon, c'est l'esprit de ruche et le nouvel ordre mondial. Parce que le football a été créé dans un temple maçonnique. La reine, c'est l'élite qui possède les clubs. Les joueurs sont les drones qui exécutent les ordres. D'ailleurs, le premier but de cette Coupe du Monde a été marqué par Julian Quiñones, qui fait ouvertement le signe du compas maçonnique. C'est exactement comme les Mignons. Pas d'identité propre, juste un uniforme, un numéro et une obéissance à leur maître.
Shakira, we are ready.
Et quand tu regardes le foot, tu participes au rituel. Tu perds ton identité pour devenir un ouvrier dans la ruche.
So, have a look at that. Hold on, can I make it bigger? Let's see. No, not without fucking shit up, so hold on, let's go back to this. don't want to read about it, you fucking moron. All right, there you go. So, yes, it's people raising shit up in the air, but when you look at it, and you look at the way it is, you look at that, and especially when you look at it from here, and that's a bigger picture when it's right there. That doesn't look like people. That just looks like a talon, doesn't it? Just like a talon. Or maybe not a talon, but almost like an amphibious foot that's holding it. Kind of like that Latona fountain. It looks like a creature grabbing a hold of the earth. Probably the true form of the oive.
Black acidic Jews? Is that you, sir? Yes, sir. Whoa, get him! No, I'm kidding. Black acidic Jews. Holy shit, that's a crazy combo, huh? You must have the curliest hair on the planet. Holy hell. Black acidic Jews, what is your yarmulke?
Someone wrote, owns a bank, robs it anyway.
Off to the side, you know? I bet that guy can spin a dreidel faster than any other heeb out there, I'll tell you that. Wow, they must have really cut off a lot of foreskin on that dick, I'll tell you that. You could be an athlete and your own sports agent. What's your name, sir? Taylor. Oh, something fun, you know, like Arsenio Weinstein or some shit. Okay. Shalom, yes, exactly. Shut, shalom. All right.
This other says he can get himself out of jail. That's not. These people aren't that funny. Some people have their own stuff. Other people just repeat what the other person says. Goes. No, let's just have a look at this. This is Rick Cole. He just so happened to be out there, 1 o'clock in the morning while they're gunning down some probably real people in that fucking building. It was said to be empty. It was like an old hospital or something or whatever. But they just had a lot of fires. A lot of people probably displaced. There's potential that they were squatters. There's a potential that they were, I don't know, that very thing that we said we should start doing. They wouldn't want anybody else to think that people were organizing. So, like, why have a CQC and all the other bullshit aspects of that drill, close quarter combat, and all this other shit, and do it in Pasadena, but also simultaneously in Los Angeles. I'm sorry, in Long Beach. And then we don't hear anything about the Long Beach because there wasn't a convenient empty, quote unquote, empty building to explain it all away in there. So we don't know all the details there. Or at least they haven't been forthcoming that I'm aware of. It's focusing on the Pasadena portion of it. And I just don't see it being 100. I mean, there's other explanations, especially since the fucking media campaign came out and all of the people were saying, of course, oh, it's just a lie. I know. Oh, you must have been spooked and scared that night, huh? Because of all the loud noises. That was a drill, and they might go on for years. So what might go on for years? Lies about them being drills? Actual drills that are completely inappropriate because it's like really pushing the line between posse comitatus and, you know what I mean? Like things you shouldn't be doing in the public. Or was it an actual strike? It pawned off as a drill because if they're killing people off who are, let's say, resistance or liberators, if you will, they wouldn't want you to know about that because that might give you ideas. It might be harder to, might be more of a nuisance for them. Or the simple fact that you become aware that potentially unarmed people or maybe people who were getting gunned down by a military operation in America, it might make you think a little bit different about where you live, finally. And you might actually realize that those are like the corrections officers and this is our prison. and you might start changing the way you view everything else, and then the gears of society stop turning. You follow me? So this guy with his everybody who wants to tell you a lie is like petting you to sleep with the tone of their voice, like that idiot from what do you call it, American Fork Police Department, in that really lame and dishonest press conference over the bricks and minifigs thing and Reckless Ben, to this guy here. Oh, I'm on the I just so happen to be right here. I'm the constable. Why not tell people ahead of time, asshole? Oh, there was an Instagram post. Yeah, something tells me that the people that were actually in that building, if there was allegedly or speculatively, if there was, they probably weren't getting access to Instagram to find out that they're about to get slaughtered.
Councilmember Rick Cole here.
As car alarms are going off, as this is just a complete blatant, this should piss everybody off in that community. So regardless if you're shooting blanks or you're not, and you're just lying about it, why would you be doing this close to residential areas to where cars are parked overnight to set them off? Why would this be okay? Don't you have your own places? Doesn't the tax money pay for you to have mock-ups so you can do all this like urban warfare scenario shit and do all your little, jerking off on the rope hanging down from the helicopter and do your little rappelling thing? Can't you do that somewhere else? Why do you gotta do it right on top of us? Because I don't think it was a drill, is all I'm saying. This isn't about conspiracy theory. This is about, it would make perfect sense that they would have everybody out there saying all this stuff all in unison if it was that very thing, that they did do something and it was probably to Americans, and regardless if it was or wasn't, it was a military strike and they're pawning it off as being something else. I mean, you see the muzzle flash. Again, I know, I guess blanks would have the same thing, but still, it just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. I would like to, how about this? Even though it's a quote-unquote empty building, how about you let somebody go in there and inspect the walls on those floors and see if there's holes in the fucking concrete? Chip marks from shooting live rounds. Let's see.
In front of the former St. Luke's Hospital, where the U.S. Army is conducting a training exercise in urban warfare. As you can hear, flashbangs and simulated gunfire are going on.
Simulated? Simulated.
Going on for the next half an hour, we're told. It's 1 a.m. and we're in the middle of what is normally a quiet residential neighborhood. Homes literally across the street with people trying to sleep.
Right, so why are they fucking allowing it to happen? Somebody should yoke up those fucking soldiers. Should be a mob of, and a good mob of people, just overpowering them, pulling on that rope hard enough to pull that fucking helicopter out of the fucking sky and crash it to the ground.
The Ranger helicopter just dropped soldiers off the roof. They're simulating an attack.
Simulating, of course.
And this is going to go on for a while. And good luck to the people that have got to get up and go to work tomorrow morning.
Again, why? Why is this? If intimidation, but why just Pasadena? If that's the case. And why Pasadena first? And why Pasadena at all? Is it intimidation? I mean, obviously that's what it happens. Is it, trying to, invoke fear in the hearts of people? Or are they actually taking care of something in there? And maybe they shouldn't be taking care of it. Maybe we should be curious as to who exactly was in there. And whether or not they were doing something patriotic or whatever you want to call that.
Councilmember Rick Cole here in front of the former...
Yeah.
Why did every single one of them build their mansions in the same decade? Not the same century, not the same generation, the same decade. The Vanderbilts, the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, the Astors, the Belmonts, the Fricks, the Morgans, the Hearsts, every family whose name is carved into the marble.
You can really hear him breathing, can't you?
Of American wealth and power, commissioned their grand palatial estates, their Newport summer cottages the size of European royal palaces, their Fifth Avenue fortresses, and their hilltop manor houses within a compressed window of time so narrow, it barely makes sense unless you already know what happened right before it. And right before it, a series of fires tore through the major cities of North America, with Chicago, October 1871, Boston, November 1872, and dozens of smaller cities in between and after. Fires that didn't just burn buildings, fires that burned entire city grids. Fires that, according to the official record, were started by a cow kicking over a lantern, or by a carelessly disposed cigarette, or simply by the dry autumn air and bad luck. And the families who emerged from the smoke and the ash as the new owners of the land were not the families who had lived there before. They were new, and they were suddenly impossibly rich. And within 10 years they had constructed estates so vast and so technically sophisticated that engineers of the time openly admitted they didn't fully understand.
Loud noise. Loud noises! On the morning of January, blah, blah, 2025. I don't know. What's up? A small... Oh, okay. Over the top, I'm trying to read. Palisades, okay. A small brush fire was reported in the Santa Monica Mountains above Pacific Palisades. Fueled by 80-mile-per-hour winds, the fire quickly spread down to the Pacific Ocean. Right, so this is kind of related to what I was just talking about with, hey, maybe people were displaced, living there in that abandoned place, potentially.
Why did every single one
Mm-hmm. Oh, this guy. Yeah, I said Fed posting.
You know, I wouldn't consider myself to be an inherently violent person. But
I always find it hilarious when they share it to their own feed. Like, dude, they're going to see it on your feed anyway. Because you posted on your channel. What is wrong with you, you fucking moron? All these people do this. Oh, I better, man, this one's so good. I better share it to myself. I better repost it. Dude, why would you repost it when you're the one who posted it, you fucking moron? So many people do this.
things out there that are just so horrifically disgusting, so triggering and traumatizing that it literally fractures your mind. And you start thinking about all
You know what it makes me think about? Like, why didn't you spend any time? Like, I think this guy might be a hunchback or something. When you really look at the proportions and the way he's holding the mic and how his arms are being like, he has put no effort in he's put more effort into, and when you don't have to put any effort into growing a beard, you just don't cut it. So that's kind of the joke here. He put more effort into the beard that's all over his shirt in every spot you can think than he did, like, I don't know, lifting up something heavy. He has no biceps whatsoever. He has feminine arms, but he's going to talk tough. People who wasted their time, I guess, or didn't think it was too hard, maybe, to I don't know, incorporate a little bit of exercise every day. What the fuck is that? They like to talk toughest, don't they? Like overcompensate. Come on, dude, talk.
the things that you didn't even think you were capable of that you want to do to these predators and fucking monsters.
Yeah,
generations of
he's trying. This is an example of somebody trying to smoke you out and say or comment or do something, and then when all their other little agents and bullshit fuckers pile on and they start the trend of saying shit they people don't actually know where they live or what all of this talk about surveillance and what they're planning on doing and threat assessment and all that shit actually means, or they believe it, but they just don't understand what does that look like in real life. And they have these assholes like here trying to, and people like Stu and everybody else who says the shit that doesn't get them in trouble because they're the influence. They're trying to make an impression on you to do the same, to reveal something about you. They're trying to make people anti-semitic, anti-Semitic. Say something. Well, it doesn't even have to say anything. Honestly, it can be, as long as it pisses off a Jew for any particular reason, then you're anti-Semitic. But even though that has nothing to do with them at all, we have already covered that. That's pretty obvious. But yeah, this shit is all over the internet. This type of stuff. Oh, I'm going to talk tough. Nice car seat. I'm glad you have a child. Somebody fucked you, even though you have bitch arms.
children being kidnapped, tortured, and murdered, all hoping and praying that people would come to their rescue, that the truth would come out so that they could be saved. But instead, here in the United States, we have an administration that is actively protecting these fucking monsters. And the worst thing that I keep thinking is how these children died knowing nobody came to fucking save them. Not one more fucking child. Not one more generation of tortured, traumatized souls that walk around like empty shells because nobody could help them. I'm fucking done, and you should be too. If you're not against pedophiles, you're with them in some shape, form.
No, yeah, these are all true statements. These are all true statements. But what does he say after? Maybe it's not this video, but there's other ones where he just flat out calling for things that even if that's the obvious choice, you don't announce it ahead of time, dumbass. You don't make it. This is what I think is so funny about people say, well, what are you going to do? What's yours? Like, if I was serious about something, would I say it on fucking the internet, you stupid retard? Oh, I guess that's you. I guess this is a private club here, and no one else would know what I was talking about. And all the other people who say, it doesn't appear like there's anything happening, which is true. Maybe that's the way it's supposed to be for things to actually happen, or maybe not. You never know. Yeah, the only thing that either there's people that are anxious, they want to see something happen so that they know they can make their stand or not make their stand or whatever the case. And then there's people who are just like, what's that word? Like some people are on call. They're at the ready. When time goes, they're there too. And then there's other people who just want to shit on everybody because they already think that it's like this bitch slap. He's not going to do anything. Slap. And yeah. So they're taunting, right? And then they're talking down to you, even though while they're talking down to you and not doing anything themselves, it never dawns on them that they're part of the problem. Right. But it would be nice to have some sort of confirmation that something is happening, right? So we like, okay, well, the momentum's building. But again, you don't want that to be too obvious unless it's a small measure before a bigger one, right? Like, let's say you pull in Albania and everybody gets together and just says, fuck this, enough of that. That's all you need. That's all you need to start is the show of numbers. The show of numbers. We will not tolerate this. We won't sit idly by. We stand against this together. Enough is enough, right? It takes long to start.
Or another. That's just how it is. If you want to be part of an active solution, join my server.
That must be what it is. You got to join his server, otherwise you are also a pedophile lover. That's what he just said. That's some good marketing, right? you're either with me specifically, even if there's other people, actively pursuing it. Even if you just heard it for the first time today, and even if you don't know shit about what that guy actually is or does or whether or not he's legitimate, if you're not on it, then you're with them. What good manipulation? This guy should be doing UGCs.
Minded people trying to bring accountability to these fuckheads that run the world and are crushing the system and the people that live within it.
No, they're not crushing the system. They are the system, dumbass.
Send an email to this email address so you can start the vetting process, get into the server.
Get the vetting process. Again, yes, I'm going to shame you and make you join sign a list. Yeah, on the internet. Wow. Shh. Don't tell anybody that I told you, though. Fucking... Damn it. All right, come on. Did I go back? I didn't go back yet. Hold on, I will. Dude, shut up. I have you. All right, that one's not that important yet. Let's go over here. I think we have some things to look at. Yeah, look at that. Ooga booga. I'm almost positive that's from Scooby-Doo, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. London Blues. Internet shows us an herbalist. This guy? It's not. What's wrong with being an herbalist? First of all, second of all, what do you mean? Claxon says, for Lyme's essential oil remedy. Thank you, Dan. Hey, what's your thoughts on eating pork? I know the Bible stuff, and they will eat anything in their way. I don't know. There's so much stuff talked about that, like, oh yeah, it's lousy and it has all kinds of parasites and it's like it can't be. Everything is always over exaggerated by people who don't have any firsthand knowledge or like they haven't touched things. It's like, has anybody ever been like, has anybody ever cleaned an animal before? Has anybody had that experience before? Has anybody seen that? Like, there's people who are so far removed from that everything that they talk about when it comes to certain things, they're so far removed from so many things that everything's conceptual, and it's based on the impressions that they got, and then they repeat them enough to themselves that they believe that it's got to be the truth. So I don't know. Oh God! Like, first of all, if Jews in a Jew book from the Old Testament told me not to eat pork, I would eat pork simply because they were probably turned into pigs by some white person magic at one time in the past because of their horrific evils, and that's why they don't want you to eat pork. It would be something stupid like that. Like, don't eat pork. Why? Because that's our cousin. That's us. That's where the demons are cast into before they go drown themselves, and is into the swine. You remember? And then in the actual book, which actually it came out when did we not do the Kellogg one here? We did, didn't we? We did do the Kellogg one. In that Kellogg one, with what's her name? Sam Bailey.
Incidents of
Stop talking, Jesus! I conjured her by talking about her. So women look for every opportunity to start shooting their mouth off. Swear to God. All right, I'll let that one.
Syringe.
Jesus Christ again. All right. I don't ever post anything on here because fuck it. I hate this place. But she did one about what were we talking about? The guy, the Kellogg. who was the Seventh-day Adventist who got disavowed. Rockefeller was one of his big funders and promoters, and they were all talking about vegetarian diet. You remember all that, right? Well, a lot of that came from that shit. And then when she goes into the, if one needs a biblical reference, when in the New Testament, it's like, yeah, what's with all these goddamn restrictions? Why are you trying to drive yourself nuts? That sounds awfully. And basically, I'm paraphrasing. Sounds like a bunch of fucking Jew bullshit to me. And, you know, trichinosis in the sun, you know, that's another thing, like having trichinosis because they don't have refrigeration, but that's kind of, you know, it's like, do we have the same sort of fears 2,000 years later? I don't think so. So pork, the way that factory farmers and everybody else, I don't think any meat is good, because there's not just the antibiotics you have to worry about. It's not just the steroids, RBSTs they have to worry about, the cow's milk and all that crap. There's veterinary shots, just like we have our own veterinary shots called the school shot schedule. You know they're probably getting a rabies and a parvo, and who knows what the hell's in those things. Whenever they have an opportunity to stick something that's hollow and sharp into something of, you know, one of your arms or something that you're going to eat, you better believe whatever poison they intended for you is going to be in that needle, regardless of the name of it, regardless of what name they put on it, and some sort of, you know, it's like, oh, this is just the MMR, this is just the, it's whatever the hell they want to put in it. You don't trust the assist. There's no honor in the system, so don't trust the honor system. They have absolutely no incentive and no obligation to tell the truth about anything. If you're going to line up and roll up your sleeve for anything and they want you dead, whatever the hell it is that you're trying to avoid, and all the other shots will be in the shot that they give you. So yeah, I don't think that's a good thing, because all the food that we eat has probably got something in it, because they hate us and they hate life and they hate animal life. Are pigs somehow worse than that because of the way that, I guess it would have to depend on how they're kept. On a factory farm, probably like shit. She said stuff about pork being pretty gross, but she also in the same sentence said, I think it was her, but people were going on and on about Jimmy Dean and all that stuff. Like the super mega places are bad because of what they eat and what their living conditions are like, and all that other crap, and they could probably potentially be pretty gross the way they actually process meat and all that stuff. But to have a pork chop, I don't know. As long as it's not long pork. So some person that you used to know. There's just, it all comes down to like trusting of the system. We don't. So all things that we do, we try to not think about, because we don't have, like, personally, I don't have a farm. I can't go out and butcher an animal, and I don't have land because I rent my house and it's in fucking Arizona. So I don't have what I would need to just go out and whack something and eat it, you know? So we all do things that we just would rather not have to think about what they did to the thing that we're eating. Is pork somehow worse? I don't know. I like bacon. Bacon's pork, right? I like bacon. So I don't know. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. I don't really eat pork though. And I don't really, like, I just had when I went and talked to my daughter, I went and got made a steak like a steak burrito. And I used some honey and venom on it. It was delicious with some Carolina Reaper cheese. It was all right. But normally I don't eat a whole lot of red meat. I stick to tuna and chicken for the most part. But everything can be gross and everything can be good. It all depends on what way it was raised and what the hell they did to it. And not necessarily because of the animal themselves, but mostly because of the way that they're mishandled or mistreated or whatever before I get to you. And what they do, the bleaching and all that. So there's all the different reasons why it might not be good. Like if you had chicken, Did they bleach the shit out of it because they gave it a shit diet, or because it has other problems with it? There's all kinds of things you have to consider. So I don't know. I don't know how to answer that conclusively. I don't know if there is an answer because I think it differs from one batch or one parcel from the next when it comes to picking stuff up out of the grocery store. If you're going to the grocery store, if you go to a butcher shop, maybe it's worse or better. I don't know. That long stream of feeds. Yeah, cool. Couple 2 tree from Christopher. Thank you. What was the 10? Oh yeah, dropping Hamilton's like your Aaron Burr, except it didn't say that because I think you typed it in. But that's usually the 10 is a dropping Hamilton's like your Aaron Burr, Claxon. All right, let's see. Claxon says, didn't Carmelo Anthony's mama buy a new cat? Yeah, they did something where they got like $600,000 and they started buying shit for themselves because they're so concerned about their son. Yeah. I thought it was Corvettes or some other thing, but you could be right. I don't know. Got herself a wait chauffeur too. It's not that much money. It's just gonna. Well, they're groids, so it doesn't. It's supposed to run out in a week, right? Renting $1 million house with only making $600,000. It must have been getting more. That must have just been the good. It must have been more than just the GoFundMe then. They can walk back to Wakanda. Says Arfat. Thomas E. Dwyer says, thank you for the great content. It says, Thomas E. Dwyer is dropping Hamilton's like he's Aaron Burr. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. And then Christopher Lee Stetler says, just like that, black man called for Exodus because we're too powerful. Just fibbing about the chauffeur part. Yeah. And then Claxon says, Dan, I don't know for sure, but I think upwards of 50% of our own white brothers and sisters are fucking dangerous as hell and even more dangerous than niggers to us. Yeah, no, I agree. And they turn you in a heartbeat and they would, for a nickel or a piece of bread in a time of chaos, would shoot you in the back of the head and smile in your face. That's our number one problem, and maybe more than just than Jewish power makes me say, no, not more than. It's because of. It's still the same root problem. It's because of. They're betraying you to some other thing. They're betraying themselves to some other thing. That some other thing is still the same root cause. Oy vey. Look at those libas. Shekwandisha. I think I've seen this before. 6 kids, 52 potential baby daddies, no child support. Yeah. Has used a baby as a bludgeoning instrument. That's so sick. This is in the same ghetto as the past 4 generations of her family. Has 2 volume settings, loud and you don't has 2 volume settings, loud and you done got me fucked up. Yeah. Oh yeah. That reminds me of the wonderful movie theater experience you have with them. Carnival. Hear me out. Hear me out. Carnival cruises, but they don't come back. Well, I want a certain particular other group to go first. They can take the slaves that they brought with them. It's fine. They'll need somebody to row. Something Christopher released out which she's talking to class, and something tells me that gal had no problem sacrificing her firstborn for fame. Bushmaster says we can only pay for them to go halfway back. Then just like what they call those, the garbage barges, don't they? Do they actually truly blow those up and sink them in the ocean? Hi hat. Oh, you mean rim shot? Let's see. There you go. But before reading says data centers, that's what the Jews do. Rules and laws are for the Goyim. Yep. We need to change the status quo, says Irvat. Draconian instead of sublimation. Irvat said facts. Gonna hit the head. Good night, Burn before reading. Thank you so much. High five from the chest. Take care. Are you taking calls? If I get up and do something first, maybe. I gotta go see if Rebecca's home yet. Pretty much positive he is. Ninja room link is posted. Oh yeah. Brief point to mention, no biggie. Spam call him. Okay, hold on. I gotta get it on there first. You guys can see it, right? Yeah. Why am I on that side? When the hell did I go over here? Ah, you fucking son of a bitch. Why didn't anybody tell me that happened? Ah! So annoying. Fuck. I hate that shit. I'm moving on to the next thing. I don't see the fucking screen until I go to change it. Because I'm not operating through OBS because I can't stop videos that way. When a video is playing, I can't be in OBS and click the screen and stop the video from playing or replaying. So I got to be back in the fucking Instagram tab, and then I forget that I'm fucking this fucking close to everything. Tell me. Use your words. Karen probably did. Everybody said buffering hard on FTJ. Let's see. Karen says, we live in the Truman Show, Hell Matrix on steroids. Find your copy. Literally anywhere if you're paying attention. And then, hello, I'm blind. Oh, did you on here? Yeah, you probably did. I'm in the middle of trying to type a freaking text or a message because I'm pissed at this. I got a snotty response. Well, that's exactly what his supporters would have said about that banana sandwich comment. Well, because it's fucking obvious. It's fucking obvious that. What do you think? What does a banana resemble? Because of carrots, I guess, but the carrot sandwich isn't really typical. Dicks, right? So if he's talking about being raped and he's talking about being, and they turned him into a banana sandwich, how does that not sound like he got fucked from both ends? Or he got piled on, stacking the bread. You know what I mean? Like, why is that so hard? Oh, but because he said it more than once. Did he say it more than once in different episodes, or did he say it more than once because he was repeating himself there? How does that change it? Now, he does say some weird shit, like Archangel Michael told him to roll in his own piss in his tub. That's weird. That's very weird. He did have mental problems. But I think in this particular instance, he was talking about not turning into a banana sandwich, but being fucked by two dudes, or multiple times in that way, continuing to be turned into a banana sandwich. If I'm not mistaken, that's what David Wilcock is at least pretending that he went through before he blew his brains. Also potentially did go through that. So why would this guy, who's supposed to be Mr. Smarty Pants, somehow not understand that? And then go on a long-ass tangent about how this guy really needed help, and this is the biggest clue. It's like none of that bullshit is necessary. Like, there was enough weird shit, and you know, what is it that Cooper says? Even though he's wrong half the time. The truth is strange enough. You don't need to invent shit or rumor mill or, you know, exaggerate or do any of that dumb shit. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hope you did enjoy that talk, because it probably won't be happening again. Anyhow, where was I? Oh, I was supposed to do the video.ninja thing. I really don't want to. Let's see. Where's the... I gotta check this again. Make sure I did fuck that up. Okay, we're good now. And now I gotta be on number 5. No, I don't. Actually, It's that one. I don't like this background. I gotta make something else for this. It was okay for a time, but we've moved beyond that. If I could get this thing and have like AI make it look cooler in the edge, I maybe. And I don't. Oh my god, there's fucking 4 of them. What is going on? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Enable. Hold on. Can you hear me? Hello?
Dude,
Something's
I worked
wrong.
on this joke all night.
Oh, I think I got it now. Hold on, let me try to go to... Did I get to the right one or no? Let me go to copy. I'm going to go to... Hold on. This settings.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? I can hear me. All right, cool. I can see my green thing turn on. So I'm on the
I
right...
can hear 4 of you.
4 of me. Well, you're on here 3 times. I think these are all you.
Shit, let me hang up.
Hold on. Let me. I'll just X all the other ones. I think I can do that.
Yeah, just
I see only one green thing coming up, so you're the one in the middle. Hold on. You now those ones have to go. Let's see. So how do I do that? Okay. All right. Call back. I gotta do this too. Hold on. Which is kind of stupid because I'm already right here. There it is. All right, let's see. It should pop up in a second. Hello? 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 No. Can you hear me? Can you?
now I'm back.
All right, let me see. I got you. Let me see.
You got me now, man?
Yep. Let me go into that thing. Look in the wrong direction. All right, let's see. Paste. Okay, and it should pop up. Boom. What the hell? There it goes. That's kind of a slow transition. Hello.
Saw? Are you there, sir?
Yes, can you hear me?
We have good loan for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
We have good loan. You only get birth certificate and you get 25-year or 50-year mortgage on your home, sir.
Awesome. Can't wait to be in debt to some child eaters or poop smearers.
I get about 50 of these calls a day.
Wow.
Oh, dear God. I actually had one of them call me. He's like, "You're going to call me a Jeet, aren't you?" I'm like, "You goddamn right I'm calling you a fucking Jeet. Now get the fuck off of my phone."
He really asked you if you're going to call him that?
Yes, the dude was straight up, you're a Jeet. He's like, "You're going to call me a Jeet, aren't you?" He must have been getting tired. That tells me that he's calling enough dudes, and dudes are getting pissed and calling him a fucking Jeet, and to go, go do it to himself, behind the barn.
He probably doesn't even understand what it means. Just because he's being told.
Funny.
Yeah,
it's funny.
Like,
I know you were busy, Dan. I posted. I was like, "Well, you going to take a call?" Well, whatever. He's busy.
No, I got you, bro.
I got to work on my Jeet voice. I need to come up with some funnier Jeet jokes, man. I'm going to work on it, Dan. I'm going to call you and dude, as long as I can call in and make it, dude, I'm going to get this. So no, we have a good deal for you, sir. I think it'd be funny as hell if I can trick Dan on the air.
It's like that movie Short Circuit. Even when they're mad, they're like polite. It's like, "Get your ass going, my friend."
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny, man. I was about to hit the sack, man. I was like, well, Dan's busy. Somebody said Dan's on a roll, man. And when he gets on a roll, He's on a roll. But we do love you, Dan.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you for coming in. And sorry I made you wait.
I'm going to need you to sign the paper.
That's funny.
Well,
now we just need your
originally what I was calling about.
My bank account, right? So that you can transfer the funds.
I was listening earlier in the show, and I forget exactly what it was. It was something about either the slave trade or Charleston or Savannah. But the truth is, the point that I wanted to get across was the truth is Savannah and Charleston, they got the biggest Irish festivals in the world. Second, Savannah's their parade is second only to Dublin's.
Nice.
But Savannah is not an Irish town. It's not. Charleston is not an Irish town. They are fake Irish.
No way.
And you know why. Now, Savannah had the cotton exchange.
Whoa.
Until the boll weevil, which I think was 1929, the boll weevil.
Uh-huh.
So
there's a chain of restaurants called Boll Weevil too, isn't there?
I haven't heard of those.
There's one in San Diego. I thought it was kind of weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't pick that name for a restaurant.
Right, it sounds weird. So, right,
I was a restaurateur. If I was a restaurateur,
you are.
I wouldn't pick that name. Hey, hush. No, Savannah. There's kind of like there's actually kind of nobody out of our circles that actually know real history that understand this. Savannah and Charleston are not Irish towns, even though they do the parades and they pretend to be. They're not. They're absolutely 100% not Irish towns. You will find more Cohens and et cetera sort of names before you'll ever find a McKinsey or something like that. They're just not here. And the old money runs Charleston and Savannah. Old money. Except that old money, when it's dying off, is getting sold off to Jeets.
Awesome. I'm being sarcastic.
The Jeets are taking over the old pretend Irish money, but it's actually Jew money. The old Jew money, as they're dying off, the Jeets are buying up the Jew money. They're buying up the sections of high-end real estate in both towns. And that is what's happening. That was the point I wanted to make. And, I've been in a position where I could see some of that happening. And, anybody that's in, local politics, they won't talk about that. They won't say it. But I see it. And it is old Jews dying off. They ran the slave trade out of Savannah. They ran the cotton exchange. The cotton exchange was huge. The cotton exchange was bigger than the New York Stock Exchange. People don't realize this. This is a hole in American history that really needs to be truly. I mean, we need a David Irving to, tell the real truth about, Georgia and South Carolina. And I think Eustace Mullins tried. He tried. He just couldn't do it fully. Now he claimed, the attack on Fort Sumter was a complete Jewish false flag. Complete lie.
Uh-huh.
Whether that's true or not, I don't really know, but there's a huge hole in American history on this great.
So they're saying that the first act of
place on the East
aggression.
Coast.
So they're saying that the first act of aggression was a false flag. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what Eustace Mullins said. Yeah, it was fake. So, I mean, yeah, look it up. I mean, you can look up. There's some interviews on Rumble he did. You can read that. I've got all of his pamphlets, his small books that did, that he wrote.
I want to look that up.
I can't, I can't argue the point, but that's what he said. And given the false flags that have driven America into war since then,
But yeah, I mean, you look, just think about the intrigue too.
That lends credence to his point.
Yep. I mean, I'm sure they. If you're saying that this is the first I've heard of them just. Well, not really the first, but in America anyway. Like they will conveniently be British one day and Jews the next, depending on what political spin they're trying to make, or if they're trying to say that white people need to die.
They ran the slave trade,
right? So they just blended right into becoming Irish right after that. That's interesting. So they could have been intrigued.
Irish.
Well, they
maybe Irish slaves, but
what?
They ran the cotton exchange. The cotton exchange was the major.
Right, but what I'm saying is the Jews.
That was the major industry and shipping industry back to Britain and Europe, from out of Savannah until the boll weevil, and then that died.
Mm-hmm.
So they ran the slaves and the cotton exchange. It's a big hole in American history, I think. There's a whole lot here that I mean, guys like me, sort of, I'm not saying understand history, but guys who are, students of history, I see it, and I don't see anybody else asking these questions. What happened?
Well, yeah, well, that's what I was.
But there's one thing for sure. Savannah has the biggest
fake Jews
St. Patty's Day parade in America, but it's not an Irish town. I'm telling you, you're not going to go around Savannah and see a bunch of Irish people. You're just not.
To my point was, if they were crypto, and this is like I was saying, I was saying that this is kind of the first I've heard in America that they were pretending to be Irish when they're all a bunch of Jews, but that would mean that they would have been, if it's the same group of people then and now, or they've probably grown since then, but they could have been just as easily mistaken for them then too, and could have been into intrigue and causing shit to start as well, just a simple idea.
Yeah,
like
they're the merchants who ran the
well, I get that
stock exchange and ran the slave trade,
right?
And then they were the major landowners.
Well, I get all that, but if they're playing two sides, right? They're playing two decks. So in addition to that, with time and like, they could have been setting up things to happen because I'm talking about the Civil War, basically, right? So that's
this is a old historical kind of discussion. Yeah.
All right.
I've got a bunch of Civil War books, man. I just haven't found out anything about what really. Well, think about this too. Sherman's March to the Sea. Why was Savannah not burned? Think about it. Why wasn't it burned? Everything else got burned. It was not a gift to Lincoln. There were more beautiful cities in the South than Savannah. But Savannah was given as a gift to Lincoln by Sherman.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it, man. It's not much of a gift at all.
The first gifts that they were given, and this is all in letter form, were the the burned out houses with just chimneys and shit like that when they were describing that to Lincoln, who got off hearing about all the atrocities that were occurring during their terrorism in the South. Women, children, men off to war, nothing for them to fight, and then just being completely devastated. Houses burned, fields salted, and Lincoln was getting off on it. And there was actually literally in that book.
They Morgenthau the South is what they did. They Morgenthau it. They destroyed it. Reconstruction was deconstruction.
That was after the fact.
Exactly what happened. But there was no towns as a gift. What other towns? The only towns that survived were the Jewish-owned towns. And I think that is the fact. They were the Jewish-owned towns that told Lincoln, no, don't burn this town. I think that is more likely the truth than, and all other towns got Morgenthaued.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't know. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I think it's obvious.
To scholars on this stuff, man. You just, if they don't put in the Jew,
well, obviously they went somewhere.
The Jew factor, then you just can't believe a goddamn thing they say.
Well, everybody always focuses on the General Order 11 or whatever the hell it is with Grant. And they're like, look, see,
I think that was in Alabama or Mississippi.
Well, it doesn't. It's not. I'm not talking about where. I'm talking about what. Yeah, I'm not arguing that it happened in Savannah. What I'm saying is that everybody makes a big deal about that when they're saying, see, it wasn't about the Jews. It wasn't a Jew war. I'm like, what happened? Lincoln.
That was a specific locality. That wasn't Savannah.
It doesn't have to be Savannah. It's an example of them trying to spin a story like that as if
take advantage of it and blow it out of proportion. Yeah.
But my point is,
reality was they were in total control of the destruction that happened.
Yeah, but my point is that Lincoln,
and they wanted it.
Yeah, and my point is that Lincoln also nullified the general order. So it didn't do anything to harm any Jews. That was what I was trying to get out. So it didn't. It's
right.
not general.
I'm sorry.
General Order number 11 was just like, but look, see, it wasn't about the Jews. I'm like, nothing happened there. It was like Grant did one thing, and Lincoln said no way, and that was it. Lincoln was all wrapped around the Jews, and that's the part. That's the one that has to matter, not the generals. The generals are going to take orders from him as long as the top guy is running the freaking show, then it doesn't matter what the other people think about one thing or another. They're still going to follow their orders.
Yeah, man.
Do you know Tecumseh? That was his name? Tecumseh. Yeah, that's his name. That was the other guy.
Tecumseh Sherman. He's the guy.
Yeah.
Actually, a great guy. Just misguided when he came through Georgia.
Sherman.
Great guy. Yeah, great guy. Just misguided and followed his orders to the T and burnt.
I don't agree with that at all. I don't think Sherman was a good dude. I don't think Sheridan was a good dude. I don't think Grant was a good dude. And there was a couple other ones. One of them was, I think, a Russian, and he was a piece of shit too. I don't think they were all good.
I would. Well, I can't argue anything with you.
Well, I mean, I'm going off of one book. I'm going off of one book.
The night Dixie died, or the day Dixie died. It's really heartbreaking, and all those generals in charge were responsible for it. They Morgenthaued the South. They did what they did to Germany, to the South.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what happened.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. And also they did what they did to the Russians in the South. Like, we had our Bolshevik experience already before the Russians did. They did fucking horrific things to those people.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. That's it. Yeah, they got Morgenthau
and
in the South.
yeah, and the common thing, the common element there was, you know who's.
And which cities survived, and which cities didn't get burned, and which businesses didn't get burned.
Right. Right.
I think this southeast United States coast is a hole in history that does need it needs. We need another David Irving or Thomas Goodrich to write a book about it, and it's something that would take a lot of time and effort and research and just a scholarly effort, and I'm just a regular dude. I can't do it. That's what I've said is just my personal opinion. I'm not a scholar or anything, so you can't take what I say as anything. It's just my opinion. It's what I see, and what I see that exists still is Jews owning blocks and blocks and blocks of multi-million-dollar properties in Savannah.
I'm not surprised.
They still own them.
All right.
They still own them. That's a fact. Guess what?
Georgia's all
Savannah
fucked up
wasn't
too.
burned.
I mean, look, think about what's in Georgia too. You have the CDC. You got all kinds of crazy shit there. There's
that's
also
new-
a switch
that's a
data
newer
center there.
thing.
There's a switch.
No, Atlanta was burned. Macon was burned. But the slave towns, they had the cotton exchange and the exchanges. The cotton exchange was, like I said, it was bigger than the New York exchange at one time. It wasn't burned. They didn't burn the place for a reason, because Jews owned it.
Right. And the Jews, that was their war.
That's the only logical conclusion that nobody talks about.
Right, and the bigger point there is that what does that tell you about the war? What does that tell you about the Union? Even though they were the Southerners, this wasn't a North or South thing. It was a Jews versus Americans thing.
It tells you who was in charge.
That doesn't help. Hurts more. I was getting a headache. I was thinking the glasses would help. It did not.
Well, Dan, good chatting with you, man. I'm gonna pass your number on to my all my Pajit banker buddies. They'll be calling you soon. And
that's cool. Pass it on to people who enjoy hot sauce.
Like, do you guys like hot sauce? All right, I'll call on my Jeep banker buddies and ask them if what's their best hot sauce they like, and I'll give them your number, man. I like your hot sauce. I bought some. So
you did?
All right, Dan.
All right.
What's that?
Oh, all right. Never mind.
I bought a couple gallons from you a while back.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. I thought you meant like recently. I was gonna start looking at into my. It's a Sunday, so I haven't looked at the orders yet until tomorrow. So
no, there's like a year ago or so.
Yeah,
2 years maybe. It's Dan. I get busy.
I get you, man.
And,
all right. Well, thank you, and it's good talking to you as always.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Take care, dude, and keep saying the truth, man.
Yes, sir.
Keep going and don't quit, man.
How long do you think the delay is? Because there's probably a delay between us, huh?
No, only a second or two.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
No, not that bad for you being out there on Navajo Wi-Fi.
All right. It might even be Hopi.
The longer I go, the more racist jokes I'm gonna have, man.
This is the Ant People Network.
being funny. I'll take criticisms on my jokes. Anybody in the chat or anything, just like, well, you need to work on this one. Maybe your timing is a little off on that one. I will take criticisms on my jokes. I'm not gonna let Dan date my sister. I don't have one. Why?
That's fine.
If I did, maybe I'd think about it. But all right.
I don't know what that was. Thank you, sir. Have a good
Dan's little
summer.
brother. All right, we'll holler at you later, dude. Later.
Thank you. See you later, bud. Okay, let's try here. I'm gonna go back to this part. So maybe this is just an extra one, I guess. So it's my dad's birthday today. My dad is 69. He turned 69 on Flag Day. Flag Day is his birthday. Unfortunately, it's also that Cheeto Jesus' birthday, so that's not cool. My mother's born on 420, as well as this Uncle Painter guy that we know. So that's kind of interesting, right? Anyway, B-Day Girl, 10% off, semperfryllc.com. And wait for it. I gotta check something real quick. Oh yeah, we're way past that. I didn't realize we were on for so long. Holy shit! There's some butt. I know somebody wanted to see the butt. There's the butt. Weimar by Webcam. And the point is that it's happening to us. The difference being perception. Some people see it as something to worship, something to goon over. And also, it's not done on the streets or the clubs as much. It's done more discreetly because it's done at the house with the webcam, with the cell phone. And it's not just people doing the self stuff. It's straight on porn, I thought that this dude here dressed was awfully disgusting, so I wanted to make everybody else feel as repulsed as I did. You know that's Hirschfeld, sorry. Magnus the faggot, and his little Asian fag boy friend. I'm going though. So anyway, let's go to this. Before I go, say goodbye. I may do this, but not until a little bit later. When you might see me on bro shows. Brief point to mention. No biggie. Spam call him now. I only speak Spanish and Arabic. Cannot speak cheat. Palestinian states of Israel coming your country. Look out. He's almost as bad as me. Let's talk to each other. We will make our own utopian oasis. Irva says, I hit the wrong button. Joe McCarthy stood alone in both houses of Congress. Nothing new. Was even practicing my G voice. Dude, billionaire Jews that control the pedo industry, that they are untouchable, says Claxton. I'll mess with that. The great dance. Oh, you did though. Let's see. McCarthy is a bit problematic for me. Why? Well, yeah, there's a couple of fucking things that, yeah, I get you though. But it doesn't. I don't see. It's whatever. Nothing problematic about something that doesn't happen that nobody thinks about. There's nothing problematic about that. Whether or not he was led around by the same type of money to serve a role and only go after certain people, that would have been a ill effect. So not really bringing attention to any of the true problem. That could be where you could have a problem with them. But as far as like anybody paying attention to it, anybody even know about history anymore? Anybody even care about what happened yesterday? No. So it's not really problematic in that sense. It's not stirring any boats by like, nobody comes up to you and does a survey. What do you think about McCarthy? You know, it's not really problematic in that way. Bushmaster, the key to true evolutionary enlightenment. Yeah, the pig. Jews are like feral pigs. They destroy everything in their path. Parasites of the world, says Ravat. Bacon, says Thomas E. Dwyer. There's a lot in here. All right, there we go. Oh, cool. Sunday show, says A Pac-Man 40. Those are big boars over there. Savannah, where British live. Dude, I have seen some crazy wild boar in Florida. When I was in Florida and I was doing a survival hike at nighttime, like I was just doing a survival hike, so I just had my sea bag from the Coast Guard and whatever I could stack in it, but I didn't bring a tent. I just did whatever, pass out wherever it felt like in the middle of the night, and I could hear them. They don't think twice to tear apart each other. They don't think twice to tear apart anything. They're pretty nuts. Thank you for the $5 donation, APACman 40. And you're talking to Bushmaster there. Clark says the entire coast states has been Jewish for many decades. Yes. And all I'm saying is if they're trying to blend in as Irish now, that's concerning to me as to what they're trying to spring, like trap, and then what did they do in the past. And the reason why the Civil War is important to me is because something else happened, and I don't think it was Jew related. I think that was the end of whatever good times we had because of looking back at that architecture. Something really fucked up happened, and I think it was that maybe the war plus or the war was a cover because it's almost as if it was like a total extermination, and just in time for which here's the part that makes no sense. What was it, like 20 years later, and we're in the freaking Industrial Revolution right after, like very soon after they freaking they incorporated, and then all the people who were like pioneers living on the land, fresh water, fresh air. What it was the incentive to go cram everybody into a fucking city where they were pissing and shitting on top of each other and dying of freaking like smallpox just to work 20 hours a day? Not really, but close. Like what drove them back towards those shit cities for the Industrial Revolution? Like all hands on deck. Something bad happened. Something very bad happened. Two-second delay is pretty good for the voice traveling USA to its really database and then back to USA. See, that's not bad. That's good. That was funny. Oh, thank you, Bushmaster. Thank you for your great content. Thank you, Bushmaster. Greatly appreciate it. And that's kind of what was I gonna say? Yeah, because it makes me wonder what the tie-in is there with the ancient architecture, and also whether or not there was some sort of intrigue. Like if they blend in now, or they try to blend in now, and they're crypto Irish of all things. Usually, it's a religion that they're crypto, which I guess would make them Protestant. I don't know. I don't even know what the hell that would make them. But if they were, because you were saying they were in into the slave trade, but then they blended into the background. It was my point and on purpose probably to kind of fade off into the shadows, and then reemerge as the Irish there. What type of things did they do during the Civil War or leading up to it that could have also been seen as Irish or American people's intrigue when it was in fact Jews? It made me start thinking like, okay, well, were they causing mischief? Were they sabotaging shit? Were they causing intrigue with the quote unquote union by like on purpose? Were they pulling a, what do you call it, oh, what the hell? Why can't I think of the? Hold on, I'll be there. I just got to use my other brain here. Gulf of Tonkin incident. There, I didn't have to write it. So it was like fake shit, but whatever. Comstock load paid for everything. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna go to Karen says. Happy birthday, Daniel's dad. Thank you to you. I had to talk to him for a little bit today. It was good. Yep. It's his birthday. It was a nice. It was 110 degrees here today. It's crazy. All right, well, I'm tired and delirious, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here. We can do more. You know when we're gonna do that though? Not today. Not today. I saw this thing and I was like, "Is that?" I don't even remember the bitch's name. I try not to pay attention to Eli. What the fuck is her name? It's like some dude's name, right? And she looks like that. Whitney, yeah, Whitney Webb. It's not though, because I wouldn't have held on to it. I wouldn't have clicked. I can't stand that woman either. I don't like a lot of people. I'm starting to realize that. I like the people that are here that should, like our group, but I don't like anybody else. Shut the door when you come in. Oh, groovy. There we go. Let me see what I got here. I got beside my daughter talking in the background here. It's making me want to get up. Let's see here.
You catch this nigga off guard with this shit.
That part's old. I'm trying to find the other part. Seriously? No? Wait, no, that's not it. You punks. Is it not on here? I don't think it is. Wait. There it is. Boom. That one's loud. All right, now we're good. All right. Support the forget what I said. Go to here and make sure that you're on the 90 essential nutrients. You know, those Jewish 90 essential. No, it's not. You fucking goddamn it. Health is Jewish. You better not be healthy. Fucking people are retarded, dude. Don't take those nutrients. Go to the MD where they can stab you with needles and kill you. That's pretty Jewish too, buddy. It's pretty Jewish. All right, so the Azure Standard link is right there. So is my website right there. And then from the website, you can just go, see the BB5? See, it says a bunch of times. So if you want to highlight it, you can't remember 3 fucking digits, then it's all right. I'm not going to make fun of you because I want you to get your 90 essential nutrients so your brain works better. Whole food multivitamin. Alaskan cod liver oil. This is super important. 3-month and 10-day supply right in this one jar, 1.1 ounces, full vacuumic blend. Get it? It's your minerals. You need it. 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 That one. And then last is also right here. IP6 Supreme with inositol. Magnesium, calcium, phosphorus, inositol. That. We go backward now. We're going backward. This one. Alaskan cod liver oil. Whole food multivitamin. Get them. Take them for at least 3 months. And then complain about how you're mad at me for not telling you sooner. Because that would be what people do rather than being like, hey, thanks, man. I feel great. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I can't win with motherfuckers, I swear to God. Anyway, core copper is what I also add to that by myself personally. And you want to be like me. So just do it. Get the Whole Food C complex too. But anything that you buy on this site, you can use code BB5 at checkout. It actually says apply code in like little blue gay lettering. Click it. It opens up a little text bar, and then you can type it in there. Okay. And then the sauce, 10% off. Do it. And also works on the creatine and the honey. I just had some of this venom on my taco I was talking about, my flour tortilla shell with steak and lots of I put Swiss on it because I roll like that, but I also put Carolina Reaper cheese on it, and then it was good. It was good. All right, I gotta get that cookbook going or something. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. All right. Hindsight 2020. Bushmaster, we need to talk about the Southern history later, maybe. Okay, you guys talking to each other. And now I say good night. Here's the last chance to look at the butt. Look at it, it's bouncing. It's bouncing. You need to pay $9.99 a month now to see more though. So if you've learned nothing from this broadcast, don't be a goon.